Did they negotiate something?
No, she pushed it. She pushed it and looked at a different, at a different memo. The memo, so she looked at it, it's older, over a year old. So she went back and said, what is it? And they gave her a lower number. I don't know how much lower, we'll find out tonight.
For the same amount of bus or
Same, I believe. All right. Good evening. It is 7 p.m. on Thursday, March 21st. We're back 24 hours later. I'm calling the Lunenburg Finance Committee meeting to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised, this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page. The following information is provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. To participate remotely from a computer, please use the link attached to the agenda, which can be found on the town website on the calendar. From a telephone, dial the toll-free number 888-475-4499 and enter webinar ID 892-2688-7485. This agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law.
shuffle.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, shoot.
Recording in progress.
My apologies. At least it'll be on PAC's version. All right, so we are at a full committee, but one of our members, Ms. Russell, is remote for now, so any votes that will be taken will be a roll call vote, and I will check in on occasion with Ms. Russell. If there's anything that you want to say specifically, feel free to just interrupt Ms. Russell, and I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Of course. Are there any announcements from the committee this evening?
We haven't been away long enough.
All right. Is there any public comment from the public?
Good evening. Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road. But I'm really here as the president of the Lunenburg Education Association. I watched the FinCom meeting live last Thursday and was disturbed by what I heard from some members, and even emailed my board and asked them to watch it to see if I was out of line in my reaction. $4,300. That's the amount of money that separates a first-year teacher with a bachelor's degree in Lunenburg from being eligible for government assistance programs. $4,300. Out of 12 schools in close proximity to Lunenburg, there is one school district that has a lower starting salary than Lunenburg. I share the aforementioned to make the point that at least some members of the Finance Committee are not working with accurate data, or they do not fully understand the data they're using. As a teacher, I believe the most important skill I can work on with my students and encourage is critical thinking. Last week, my sophomores learned about and discussed fact-checking, bad facts, and bad narratives. Bad facts is when one takes data that is not complete, out of context, or not fully understood, and draws conclusions or makes decisions using that data. Bad narratives are created when one uses inaccurate or incomplete anecdotal narratives or shows an incomplete story. There were a number of comments from some members of the Finance Committee last week that fell into these categories of bad facts or bad narratives. If you are not working in education or haven't been directly involved with those working in education, please ask questions of those of us who are. We're educators. We like to educate. Just as I may not understand the data connected to your job, you may not fully understand the nuances of my job. Having been a student for a number of years, knowing someone who taught, or being a parent does not automatically mean that you understand these nuances in education. I've had a baby, but it doesn't mean I'm ready to help deliver someone else's baby. I ask you, as you serve in a leadership role in this committee and in this town, to do your due diligence. Be a good example for our students as to what critical thinking and fact-checking really looks like. There is already a lot of misinformation in the world and in the town, and I'd ask us to stop please contributing to it. Thank you.
What was the number that you gave again?
4,300.
Below, above,
That's the first level for government assistance.
okay, 4,300 above.
There's a 4,300 gap.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. I heard. Is there any other public comment from the public?
Ron DeLucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just had a quick comment about some of the discussion last night involving whether or not the Finance Committee is going to vote on the override prior to it being on the warrant. And I just wanted to comment that I would hope that you would vote in advance of the warrant being sent out to the homes in town. You know, not everyone's follows government as closely as I do, and I think if someone were to get a warrant and there was a split vote on something as important as an override, that it might motivate them to go to town meeting. Where, you know, some years they might look through the warrant and say, nothing is contested. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board agree that these are necessary things, so why do I have to go to town meeting? So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments from the public? On Zoom, if you want to, just raise your hand. Great, seeing none. Is there any public comment from the committee this evening? Fantastic. Welcome back, Mr. Bowers. I hope you got some rest. All right, so we've adjusted our meeting a little bit because we've been negligent for getting through our minutes. So we moved them to the front of the meeting so we don't have to do them at 11:30. There are 5 sets of minutes in the drive. Has everyone had a chance to read through them? Are there any issues with any of them at this point?
As I said last evening, I'm a little concerned in the wording that was describing Mr. Beardmore's comment, and that was, I believe, the 22nd, but I was not able to pull that back up today. I got tied up with other things. I'd just like one other member to read through it and see if they remember it the way it's worded there. If so, then I have no problem.
Okay.
What was the 5th one?
We go, let's see.
220, 221, 222, 229, 37.
Look at 4. We may not look at 3. My only request is if we could have, as part of the minutes, a link to the YouTube for the Finance Committee for that meeting. And also, any presentations that have been given also be added into the minutes. Usually any public documents should be part of the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was part of his comment that was talking about the debt service. And I think it states that he said that they are not included, but I think that he was saying that they were included.
So I'm inclined then to just leave out the 22nd for now. Someone wants to go.
Like I said,
happy to throw it on the next meeting. We can have a vote if we want to do it and have a discussion when there's not a whole bunch of people waiting for it. Okay, votes made and seconded. Any other discussion on approving 4 out of the 5? There'll be a roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios? Aye. Mr. Gray? Aye. Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. Get those posted. I'll send those over first thing tomorrow. All right. Moving on. Do we have, there she is. Do we have any,
Sorry about that. One of the later slides addresses issues with the PA system in this room. So make sure I don't forget it.
What about the ticking in the fan?
So I'm Steve Walker. I live on Pleasant Street here in Lunenburg. I'm the chair of the Public Access Cable Committee. Just give you a quick overview of what PAC is doing. Our mission: establish, develop, modernize, and operate the town of Lunenburg's public educational and government channels. We do now have 3 channels, so we have one for each of PEG, which is the acronym we normally use, and that's to reflect Lunenburg. So our job is to get Lunenburg out there one way or another. So recent accomplishments: we improved the production quality. You all right?
Yes.
Okay. Improved the production quality of the town meeting. We went from 1 camera some years ago. We now not only have 4 cameras, we also have the presentation and the electronic voting machine all brought into our system. So we get them all at the best quality, and we can get the best presentation of things like town meetings out there. We've increased the number of government meetings recorded and broadcast. Bear in mind that the more meetings we record and broadcast, the more time that takes from our videographers, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Costs us some more money, but we're doing a better job. So that also will come up when we start looking at the real numbers. We also increase the amount of PAC content that goes out to other PACs, not only in Massachusetts but elsewhere, primarily in Massachusetts, I believe. And that's a good thing, because we also get access to programming materials from other PACs as well. So, we use that. And
What would be an example of that?
I'm sorry?
What would be an example of that?
Talking Baseball, which is one of our favorites, is taken, I believe, by about 70 people, right? 70
About
PACs.
70. We have about 94 affiliates that are part of this database, Mass Access, and we provide a couple of programs every month. And there's some stations in Massachusetts that, you know, take all of our programs, some take part of the programs.
Okay.
And we do the same. I get a Catholic Mass from Burlington, Vermont, that I play from this database.
Thank you.
Okay, one thing that I like to see is, because so many people are taking some of our programming, it's kind of a testament to the quality of what we're doing. So that's outside people saying, yes, that's good enough, I want it, I'm going to put it on my system. So we're doing good, as they say. Isn't that the American way of saying it? I don't know. Okay, Channel 8, the government, the meetings that are covered. They're all listed here. You presumably had a copy of the presentation
It's up.
beforehand. Some we send people to record with a camera and all the necessary gear. Excuse me, I thought I'd turned that off. But some we take the Zoom feed, so if they're doing Zoom, recording it, and then we can take that, we can put that out on our channels as well. Left over from COVID, we still have hybrid meetings. So this is helping us get it out, and the curiosity from that is it's causing people to be more interested because it's easier to watch meetings without having necessarily to come to them. So I hope there are a lot of people out there watching this at this very moment.
This page.
Right? Okay, this shows, next slide please, the meeting hours that are recorded. That one, thank you.
There's just a slight delay going over there. It goes immediately on the Zoom call. It's just your 7-second delay.
Okay. So more meetings means more hours worked. So you'll see the videographers doing more hours than the meetings, and that's because we require them to show up before the meeting, make sure everything's working, make sure all the bits and pieces have come together properly to do the best job we can. So.
Doing our part to increase these hours.
No. After budget season, we're going back to 45-minute meetings. It's my rule.
On Channel 9, we put our locally produced programs that are not governmental. These are the ones we were just talking about that are shared. There's Talking Baseball, Story Time, the books we love. That has a variety of people who contribute to that. They bring typically children's books and read them. And there's also Movie Talk. One thing I will bring to your attention is Pete Lincoln, who's been doing Talking Baseball. As of February, this is his 10th year of doing it, and we do between 8 and 10 shows per year. So that's a tremendous asset to Lunenburg, an asset to PAC, and truly grateful to Pete Lincoln for everything he's doing there. So.
Technical difficulties.
Well, I will mention that in a moment. So on the Channel 9 program sources and growth, between financial year 22 and FY23, we grew them 33%. This says we're doing a lot more of our local programs, both governmental, things like the ones we were just talking about. We're getting a lot of our stuff out there, which is extremely valuable and encourages people to look at it. Can we have the next slide, please? The blue ones, right? This is too small. Okay, the blue bars there are the local programming, and the orange ones are total programming. And you'll see from the third pair of columns that even though these numbers are from February, because they're the latest ones we have, we're already getting well up there for the year. So trusting that Joe and our trusty band of videographers and people will keep doing this and get these numbers up. So as we do local programmings in the studio, we also do on-site. So there are all sorts of equipment has to get taken out to do it on site. The high school and middle school, right? 242% increase in sports between FY22 and FY23. This is something people do like to see. We're trying to improve the way we cover it. We're getting better at it, and it's a real asset once again. So. The educational channel, which is Channel 22, it's been in operation for 4 years. It was part of our last contract to get the third channel. Some programs get shared on all 3 channels. So if it's a school committee meeting, it may come up on the educational channel. It may also come up on the government channel. Some other materials that we bring in are shown just on the educational one. So it varies on the type of material that we're putting out there, how it's shared, but it's used across all 3 channels. And one of these days we might have a high definition channel.
Maybe.
So I'll move on to the financials, which I'm sure you're all eager to hear. So the PAC revenue from Comcast, that's most of our revenue, is reserved for PAC capital improvements and operations, and does not affect town budgets. So the monies that come in go into an enterprise fund, and the town is promising us a new studio space, and that's what the money is there for. So we can properly fit out and equip the new studio space.
Do you know what that's currently sitting at?
Second?
Do you know what that's currently sitting at for a...
I tried to work out an accurate number. We've had a minor confusion to do with indirect costs that were overestimated, taken, need to be put back in. But at the moment, it's in the high 900s, 100,000. If you take a studio that's 2,700 square feet, which is what we're looking for, and take a base number of about $350 per square foot for everything, for fitting out, new equipment, everything else, that comes to pretty much that amount of money. So we're also trying to ensure that we protect that. We do get some interest from that fund directly, which is another smaller income for the year. But some of the enterprise fund, under advisement from the town treasurer, has been invested in short-term bonds. Now, the reason to do this is basically manage inflation. So we're getting income from that, but we're reserving it into the fund so that as labor, for instance, and as equipment gets more expensive due to inflation, these monies are going up. They're short-term bonds because when we get our space, we have a town meeting roughly every 6 months. We would have to go through a town meeting to release budget from that money to be used for fitting out a studio. So they're short term, so every 2 months, I believe, we're set at, some of it comes due. If we don't need it right away, it gets reinvested, and presently that yields about $30,000 per year, which is good.
Do you have a timetable for when you're planning on the build-out? Is it building dependent?
When we get the space.
Okay. So you're waiting for a design committee?
We don't have the space. Presently, we have 900 square feet, which is basically one classroom in TC Passios. Everything is in there, so we have a studio in the corner. Feel free to call Joe and take a walk through if you haven't been there. Everything is done from that space. We're looking for roughly 3 times that. But right now, we don't have a prediction of when. That's why we're trying to manage this money through these bonds, because we don't know when it's going to happen. We have to use short term. So when it does happen, we can respond through the town meeting quickly. Are we good on that? Excellent. Can I have the next slide, please? So, almost there. That's good. The actual Comcast fee income, here comes the fun part. We've heard of people what's called cable cutting, but typically is not cable cutting. What it is they're cutting video services. So they still keep Comcast. They use the internet access through the cable still, and they're using streaming video from which we get no revenue at all. As a consequence of that, the revenues we're getting from Comcast are starting to fall. We've got numbers from a number of other places that Mass Access shares with people. We're actually doing fairly well, but they've just started to come down enough to get our attention. So we're trying to make sure as we put all of this together that we're using honest numbers and we're prepared for them still to go down. So what this table does, I can go through it in excruciating detail, or I can tell you the bottom line is whereas last year, I believe we were about 207,000, somewhere around there. This FY25, we're looking for 194,000, and that's our best guess at that number. We can't predict some of this. There is a law potentially getting passed, which I'll talk about, which may tax streaming, so I'll come to that shortly. So if we put all of those together, the next slide is already up there. Thank you. Comcast income of 194,000. Regular interest, that's the remainder of the fund we don't have invested, is held in town accounts, and that generates some interest. The bond interest, 30,960. That's our best guess at our number for this year. We're not attempting to do anything other than best guess, because I have no idea what's going to happen with interest rates over the next 12 months. So if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here, I'd be on my yacht somewhere. So the total for that is 238,763, of which, because we reserve some into the fund, we have about 207,000 for our operations. So the reason we try and stay within that is if we start using parts of the fund for operations now, when we get our new studio, we won't have enough money to run it. So we keep them separate. We try and maintain living within our means, I guess is one way of saying it. So operational costs need to be within our expected income. So the next slide, please. What's happened here, this is the PAC indirect costs, so basically benefits for employees. We have 2 employees, Joe being one of them, and we have a production technician on board as well at the moment. The committee at their last meeting went through and assessed what Joe was really doing. You can go and stand somewhere else if you want to while I do this. And Joe was doing more than where she was in her pay scale and things like that. The real problem was not really the rate of pay, it was the number of hours that were authorized. So the committee voted to move it up to a more reasonable number, which it was 28. We put it up to 36. And as we did that, we also ensured we stayed within our budget. So it wasn't an arbitrary, Joe, you're doing a great job, have some more hours. It's, and we can afford to pay you as well, which is important. So this picture of indirect costs actually is a spreadsheet, there's a surprise, where we can change the hours and it generates the new benefits costs as best we can. So it's not the one that was provided to us. It's derived from that by putting the hours up. This would take effect the 1st of July as long as everything else comes together correctly. So the manager's hours were increased to represent real hours worked, approved at the last PAC meeting, and the costs are all recalculated based on those new hours. So.
Is this working at the current levels that we have in town? So this is not prepared for the SAP articles that are coming forward that are going to change potentially steps or anything like that? Is this?
No step change, no,
Oh, no,
no grade
sorry.
change, just hours.
Same rate, more hours.
Okay, but there is going to, as I looked it over very quickly, we just got it this afternoon, and I'm pretty sure there was a change in rates as well
We
for all of the steps.
Right, and we didn't know what they were, so
Okay.
I can't use them. But, you know, joy, it's a spreadsheet, we can just put it in
Exactly.
there.
I just wanted to see where we were at for this one. Thank you.
So we do have room to maneuver somewhat, so.
Okay.
Now, the next slide, which is absolutely my favorite, because you cannot read a single number on the thing. What I did is this
At
is,
high definition, you could.
this is what it's based on. But the next slide, if we could have that, I This is a more readable one in case you have specific questions on any given line item. The one we're going to come to will be the summary, which puts it all together. But if there's anything, when you look through it, you have questions about what it means or anything else, now's a good time to ask. We can answer as best we can. The committee did go through this line by line. We've tried to justify all the lines, and the salaries we did using the PAC approved new hours for Joe. Okay. The big block in the middle, the very bottom one, no, bottom but two, no, bottom but one. The 30,000 there, let me just explain that one, because that is not operations. What we have to do, we have some very expensive equipment, and if we have a catastrophic failure, our system can go down completely. There's a thing called a Castus, which I hope is running in the back room there, which is our principal server for all 3 channels, as well as recordings coming in. It's the heart of the system. That's somewhere probably 25,000 or so if we had a catastrophic failure there. If that happened, if we don't budget for that here, then we'd have to wait for a town meeting to get money released for us to get it fixed. So we put 30,000 of capital in here that is not part of operations. So that doesn't count towards our income. So
The health insurance line is blank. Is that in the indirect?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
So
I
the-
had a couple of questions too, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, what is consultant services for? What is that line item?
We have a consultant when a technology is not covered by the variety of people we have.
Okay.
We have a consultant we can bring in just on an hourly basis to solve a particular problem. He's from another cable system,
From Fitchburg.
Fitchburg Cable.
Thank you.
It's a good way of working together, actually. So. Okay, the videographer's number has been increased from what it was. More hours, more meetings, more government exposure. The lease is for our present studio, which is 900 square feet in TC Passios. The Comcast revenue is declining, so that's the guesstimated education guesstimated number for that. But the investment income is not showing up as being available at this point because that's ready for us to get our new studio. You haven't heard anything on that, have you? So the summary budget, this is a readable slide with a bit of luck. So the total salaries, that's all the people, basically, at 126,500. The indirect costs, as calculated by us with the change of hours, is 28,000 approximately. So together, that's 155,000, and that's sort of the people costs, if you like. So that includes the benefits, includes the salaries, and that's what we need to run the show. The operations without salaries, so that's everything else, bits and pieces that we need, small stuff, is another 24,000 on top of that. So total operations, 178,773. We have an estimated income of 207,800. So we have approximately 30,000 left over from our expected income. Two things there. One, our expected income from Comcast. We may have been a little bit enthusiastic. We have no way of predicting that. But also, that's just enough to cover that capital expense that I want to budget for catastrophic failure. So allowing that, we come out, actually expenses less income is about a $1,000 differential. That's probably less than the accuracy of the numbers we try to put together, but we do the best we can putting them together. But we do ensure that capital is kept that way. This gives us a cushion for the following year, potentially, if Comcast fees come down a little more. So we're trying to be realistic about holding this together while things are changing around us. So I hear silence.
It's well explained.
The next slide, we did get some funding from ARPA, so this is just a heads up. This is not part of our budget. So we were given just over 50,000. We're creating videography kits. These are the kits they take out when they go to meetings or sports events. We have significant improvements to the studio, but improvements that can be carried over to a new studio, so they're not installed in the studio. And the other thing we're looking at, wait for it, is the audio in the Bilotta room, because we're having issues with it. We didn't put that on for you deliberately tonight, so there was a lot of feedback. But we are talking to a couple of people who are trying to come in with a better system, better speakers, and a better management system to go in the control room. That also is stepping forward in terms of the technology, if we get the right one in, and if things get reconfigured and this room, the function of this room ends up somewhere else in the buildings, that goes with us. So
Relates to this room, just a question.
sorry.
Would it make sense to have like a TV down here for the presenters to actually see what's being?
Yes.
It's very awkward, like, to present from there.
Or to talk to people.
Yeah.
I'm working with Joe and Eric
Okay.
so that I could have used my laptop here. And then what's on my laptop, I don't know if you've used PowerPoint, where it'll give you a screen on the laptop with notes and things, and the other one's up there and there. But you can, yes, you see one properly.
There is a lot of turning around that happens, and even audience members have to kind of turn around to see.
We are aware of that. We haven't done anything yet.
Okay.
So, have we?
Not yet.
We were talking about it earlier today. So, just as a glimmer of hope for the future, there's an act to modernize funding for community media, which has been in committee and almost got killed. Hence the phrase up there that says, it's alive, it's alive. It almost died. It is still alive. We are putting together some support for it to send in to Representative Scarsdale, is that right?
Yeah.
The bill's deadline was extended rather than sent to study. It's for the state only, so this is a Massachusetts thing, and it's one solution for the state. And basically, it would put a fee on streaming video. That's not covered by the present franchise contracts. So that would be taken by the state from the service providers. 20% would go to the state general fund. That's essentially to administer and manage that. 40% would go to the municipalities, still can't say that word, and 40% would go to community media. My problem with this is I haven't managed to find out anywhere, if it goes through, what it would mean in terms of replacement of our Comcast franchise fee. So some other states apparently have already done this.
Have we asked whether it would actually come to Lunenburg? Because the state
Yes.
tends to collect money but send it somewhere else.
This is set up by population. The monies that come into the state would be distributed or dispersed by population. So
Okay.
not to do with whether people take the service, it's done at a different level. So
Okay.
unfortunately, I'm hopeful. I can't give you a number on it. There are a lot of people working on it, especially Mass Access, which is kind of the professional group that we're involved with, that is all the PACs, or most of the PACs, in Massachusetts, so.
And you said that then that would eliminate the franchise fee that one sees?
No, that's interesting, because we have a contract with Comcast until February the 28th of 2028. As far as I can tell, I'm not a politician, I don't read this stuff. As far as I can tell, you would still negotiate a contract under the Cable Act of 1991, I think.
1980.
Oh, no, that was the Communications Act, 84.
Okay.
But you're good, I like that. As far as I know, you would still be doing that, because there would still be people taking video services. Old people like me, for instance. So you would have that as well. That would still be individually negotiated on a town-by-town basis. Costs money to negotiate, and I suspect it won't be. The one we got last time was a pretty good one. It looks like they're going to get tougher on us. You know, they'll claim they're paying this other fee. Actually, Comcast is not involved in paying the streaming fee. That's paid by the people who source the streaming, as far as I can understand. So it doesn't show up in Comcast anyway. So, okay, so that covered that bit. There is a proposed warrant.
So just
the screen.
Real quick, so quick math on that one. If 40% are going to municipalities and we say it's a $10 million of income, we're looking at $656 in Lunenburg. So not a drastic amount of money.
I have no idea. The people who are really involved with it, which are not only some members of Mass Access, but they have legal counsel as well. They wouldn't be doing all this work for that.
Well, no, I'm just saying for Lunenburg specifically, because if it's based on population,
Yeah.
Lunenburg makes up 0.16% of the Massachusetts population.
Oh, yeah, but the 10 million,
I'm just guessing. I'm throwing 10 million for a round number.
that's the number I have trouble with. I don't know.
Right. It would just get worse if it's less than that.
Scott, a zero too many or a zero too few?
Okay. Just, yeah, so we're talking.
I would love to, if you find that number out, let me know, please. So the warrant, which is in your package, was already sent in, and it's the same warrant as we've used for the last 5 years, except somebody told me to change the FY24 to FY25. So, any further questions?
Open up to the committee.
Okay,
Don't forget.
I'd just like to thank you and your staff for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Recording these meetings, and especially the marathon meetings. And, it helps the public be informed.
thank Joan on me. She's hands-on with everything.
Thank my videographers.
Well, the whole staff works together. and
Yeah, we
it-
do.
does.
The whole,
We do.
the result is a great service.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's really good.
Ms. Russell, any questions?
No, I would just like to thank them as well.
Oh, thank you.
The only question that I have is the upgraded studio, does that include switching over to some type of high-def system? Or is that an
The,
extra expense on top of
Our
that?
present contract allows for one high-definition channel. What we've been looking at is if we manage to get that, and we're about to have that discussion now, what would we use it for? So we believe everybody would want it. However, at least one cable system around, one pack, has done the approach that I like is to use it for the best of. So for government meetings, that would use it some of the time. But things like talking baseball, let's put that on a high definition channel rather than designating it just for one. The other confusion is, do they take the standard definition channel away? So does this become an extra channel? We don't know yet, because some places have ended up with an extra high def channel and still kept their 3 standard definition channels. And other places have had to retire one and put it in. What I will say is the equipment that's in the back room and the equipment that the videographers carry around is all high definition. We're high definition from end to end, and we have to pay to buy a piece of equipment to down convert it to standard definition to put it on the cable system. I find that frustrating.
That's pretty much a function of the delay in your new studio, I believe, isn't it?
It's the way we do.
I say that's a function of the delay in your new studio because you were buying equipment in anticipation
Yes, yeah.
of operating through a new studio.
Actually, it's tough to find standard definition equipment anymore. So, but yes, you're right. Are we cool?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Before you do take off, though, is there any public comment from the public?
Oh.
It's not a conversation necessarily, just for, we don't want to make them wait until 11 o'clock.
No, I'm just concerned, Rhonda Licio, 181 Reservoir Road, I'm just concerned about the numbers, about the dropping revenue, and how much is being spent toward operations, and the fact that you're still paying $6,000 for rent. That was the same, that number hasn't changed since 2012.
Right.
And then to go into a large space, you'd have even more operational expenses. Like, I don't believe, I guess the 6,000 may cover some of the electric use.
It does, it covers utilities.
But I just can't imagine in a, what are you asking, 3,000
2,700, but yeah, 3,000.
square foot place?
Yeah.
It just seems like a lot, and like we're setting up for having to cover it, through taxes. That's all. And the other thing I wanted to mention is it seemed like on the programming slide that most of the programming is generated outside the studio, which would allow you to downsize the actual size of the studio itself.
For the size we came up with, we talked to a number of different places around, including Leominster that has a brand new one we visited. So it seems like it's practical and realistic to use that size. But until we know the configuration of the space, we don't know quite where we'll stand. We're also trying to expand out. We're presently working on, can I say podcast yet or not?
You can say podcast.
Okay. So that would require a small but well soundproofed room to do something like that. So things will change. We're doing the best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment from the public before we say goodnight? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. School department. If it's possible in the booth, could we get some microphones for the table, just because I think this might go a little while? Just might, just a suspicion.
At least 20 minutes.
We can't go past 11:30, that was our limit last night. Thank you very much.
Come on, Mr. Chair, we need to go to 12:05.
Nope. Nope. Not a chance. I will
We don't have
resign
Friday
on the
meetings
spot.
now.
By the way, we discussed that earlier, that we'd need to adjourn the meeting and then open an emergency meeting because it's not posted for the next day.
I'd say we just adjourn at that point. It just, let me check that. It might have just been emailed to me. Let me check real quick. Let's see. Is there any, did you email this just to me, Dr. Burnham?
I shared the actual
Document with me.
slides,
Okay.
but I also sent you by email a PDF version
Okay.
of the slides.
Oh, there we go. Let me send this to the committee real quick. I'm still sharing my screen. That's fantastic. Just email. It's all public record anyways. It's email. All right. Let me know when you guys get it. I'll be opened. All right. Floor is yours.
Alrighty. So we'll go through the slides, I think relatively quickly. The intent here was for this to be a standalone document to encompass some context, I guess, for the budget. So we always include our mission statement, and that is to provide all students with the skills, confidence, and passion for lifelong learning so that they may find their own paths to successful careers, active citizenship, and rewarding lives. We can move to the next slide. When I first came to the district in July of 2018, I began an entry process. I spent the first year engaging in conversations with members of the community, surveys, examining data, reading through documents to get a sense of the district and what the priorities were. And from that, I developed a report of findings, which then led to the strategy for continuous improvement. We've been working under that strategy since November of 2019, when it was approved by the school committee, and a matter of months later, the world shut down. Yet our work under that strategy continued. We can move on to the next. When we began this work in FY19, we had 4 objective areas: transforming teaching and learning, cultivating climate and culture, communication and operations, and equity, access, and opportunity and achievement for all students. We can go to the next slide. Over these last several years, with very focused and intentional work on that strategy, we have now culled down our work to just the one objective area, and that's our work to continue to create a culture that values data use and fosters continuous learning in a climate that is safe, caring, inclusive, and reflective of our core values. In FY19, before we began our work, relative to academics, we had no curriculum leadership beyond high school department heads. We had no district-adopted standards-aligned, rigorous on-grade level curriculum in any content area, K-8. They were all largely teacher-developed. We had no district benchmark assessments in literacy or math, no data to determine need for intervention, no intervention model for academics, no referral process for intervention, and no or very limited common planning time for teachers. Teachers had prep time for their own prep time, but common planning time with their peers was very limited, if we had any. Relative to behavioral health, we had no district-wide Tier 1 SEL curriculum. We had one social worker. She was a licensed social worker. We had 6 guidance counselors in the district. We had no intervention model for behavioral health. We had no referral model for intervention in behavioral health as well. Through the work of the strategy, by this year, we can say that we have curriculum leadership, including a director of teaching and learning. We've had a Title I coordinator, a literacy, math, and co-teaching coach, and we still have our high school department heads. The district has adopted standards-aligned, rigorous on-grade level curriculum in ELA and literacy, K-8, math, K-5, and this year we are piloting several math curricula for adoption in grades 6 through 8. So they will finish their pilot, make a recommendation, we will take it before the school committee, and hopefully they will approve adoption, and next year we will implement a new math curriculum for 6th through 8th.
Does that include student feedback as well, or is it just the teachers?
The teachers tend to take units or lessons from the curriculum and actually pilot them with students in the classroom. So they do get to see how the students engage with the materials, and I'm sure that they're assessing the success of the different programs in terms of the actual student use. We now have district benchmark assessments in literacy and math. We now have data to determine the need for intervention. We do have an intervention model for academics. We do have a referral process for intervention, and we have increased common planning time for teachers. In terms of behavioral health, we have now adopted a district-wide Tier 1 SEL curriculum. We have 5 social workers or adjustment counselors. They're similar clinical licenses, but they are different licenses. We still have 6 guidance counselors. We have 2 behavioral health staff at the primary school and at Turkey Hill. We have 3 total behavioral health staff at the middle school and 4 at the high school. We have an intervention model for behavioral health and a referral model for intervention. Now I'll give you some data that we typically include with our budget presentations. This is the enrollment trend. You can see dating back to FY15. Recently, the last couple of years, we've dropped down a little bit, but it seems that perhaps that trend is starting to tick upward again. Next slide. We always give data on class size averages, and you can see that our class sizes up through grade 8 range between 20 to 25. Data for our high school indicates that our average class sizes are smaller, but again, not to be misleading with averages. We also included the range for class sizes as well. We also include data on homeschooling. We always include some data for our accountability rating, and we have some information this year as well on our national ranking. So one of the measures that comes from analysis of MCAS scores along with other data that every district has to submit to the state, they come up with an accountability rating. And you can see down below, circled in red, Turkey Hill Elementary School last year broke into the 51st percentile. We moved from the bottom third in prior years to breaking into the top half. And we believe that that's based on a lot of the coordinated efforts that we've put in to support student learning and closing learning gaps. Next slide.
Is there any indication as to why the drop-off in the high school numbers?
There's nothing significant that stands out there. Slight fluctuations can cause that little dip. I will preview for you that they are going to be changing the formula for the accountability rating. They are going to more heavily weight the chronic absenteeism data because they are seeing across the state that we have not returned to pre-COVID absentee levels. The chronic absenteeism, I believe that that's in excess of 18 days. If you have a number of absences in excess of 18, you now fall into that chronic absentee category. The state would like that remedied, so they're going to more heavily weight it and essentially penalize you on your accountability rating if you're struggling with absenteeism.
That's unexcused absence? Like if there's medical absence, does that count?
They do take a look at all of that. We do report. I don't know that they discount for the excused absences.
What does a low district accountability number do? Does it affect anything monetarily, or is it just sort of how you're perceived across the state?
Yeah, so they use these factors, this would be one of them, to determine and identify districts in need of targeted assistance. It's a softer terminology as compared to the old days when districts would be sort of in that on-deck circle for receivership. So they've softened the categories around all of that, but essentially this is something that would factor in there.
Okay.
Typically you have to be down in the low, the bottom quartile to even be in that realm.
Okay.
And we thought we'd share some good news relative to our high school. We rank number 67 in Massachusetts compared to all high schools, and we're number 12 in the Worcester metro area. And you can see that our students are doing pretty well by most academic measures. We always include some information on the state testing relative to achievement and growth. I won't linger here too long. We have some bullets there that kind of hit highlights for you. We are performing either below or at the state average in meeting and exceeding in 6 grade level content areas, K through 6. We're above the state average in meeting and exceeding in 11 grade level content areas, 6 through 12. We're still only at 35 to 65% of total students at each grade level meeting expectations. That is a number that is concerning to us. That's a number that we continue to focus on and target for improvement. We also have some national and district testing. In district, we use a variety of assessments. We use the iReady assessment for reading and math up through grade 8. We also use the DIBELS reading assessment for our students in the lower grades. Typically, we don't DIBEL assess beyond grade 3 unless there's a concern. HMH is our new literacy curriculum, and there are also module assessments that we give to our students, and we look at that data as well. We also have a universal screener for number sense, and we have a new kindergarten assessment. Each year since we've adopted the iReady assessment, that is our benchmark that we give in the fall, in the winter, and again in the spring, and we bring reports on the results to the school committee in October, February, and June. You have some information here as to advanced placement testing and the results of our high school students and their advanced placement tests. And you have a snapshot there of some of the iReady data from last spring.
Is that typical to see it kind of trail off as you go from K through 8?
So as you think about that, when you assess at the kindergarten level, you really can't be assessing 2 grades lower than kindergarten level because there aren't 2 grades lower than kindergarten level.
Okay.
The other thing is, it's not unusual that you would see numbers trail off a bit as you head up the grades. Keep in mind too that these kiddos have been impacted by COVID. Obviously, the kiddos that have started school in the last couple of years, still in the early grades here, wouldn't have had as significant an impact or fallout from COVID as compared to some of the students that are in our, middle school at this point, particularly. So there are gaps for us to fill, for sure, still. But we are happy with the progress we've seen.
Okay.
We have some data from our special services department. Here's just a summary of the number of students that are currently on individualized education plans and evaluated for special education services. In order to qualify for an IEP, a student needs to be evaluated. That could be a variety of tests that are administered to get a snapshot of areas of different performance for students so that we can identify if there is an area where they struggle. Once a student is on an IEP, there's an annual meeting to review the IEP, update the IEP, but every 3 years the student needs to be re-evaluated and deemed eligible to remain with special services. So you can see the number of evaluations that have gone on.
Are there trends associated with these numbers?
You'll see that the overall numbers, they tend to be highest at the primary school.
I guess I'm thinking more like year-over-year trends.
Seems to me, I don't have the side-by-side comparison here, but seems to me that we are seeing slightly fewer numbers of students on IEPs at the lower grades. I think that is in part due to the fact that we now have other ways to assess students, determine if there are areas of learning gap, skill gap, and provide some intervention support to target that gap, to close that gap. And when that's successful, then there's no need to go to the next step, which would be a deeper evaluation for specialized education. So I do think that is contributing to some decline in overall numbers at the schools.
I think it'd be interesting to, not this year, but to monitor the trends in this over time, year to year, and then help us to inform what's working, what needs to change, and
Yep. We can do that. We also have some data for you on 504 plans. These plans support students with an either identified disability or suspected disability, but this is not involving specialized education. This is general education, and we just identify accommodations that students need in order to successfully access the curriculum. We've included some behavioral health data for you. Each building, each school building has what we call a behavioral health support team. These team members meet and they review cases of students who may need to be referred for some possible intervention. And you can see the numbers there being broken down by school, the number of referrals for behavioral health intervention.
Did we track this in the pre-COVID time? Do we know how that is looking again?
We created this behavioral health support team
After?
right as that COVID year was kind of getting underway. We really formalized it a bit through that year. So I don't have any data that goes pre-COVID. And just as a reminder, we had one social worker in the district pre-COVID. We had a total of 4 guidance at the middle high school level. We had 1 guidance counselor at the elementary school and 1 guidance counselor at the primary school pre-COVID. So we really didn't have a whole lot of behavioral health staff to get together as a team, take a look at trends that teachers are seeing, to assess what's going on and recommend some strategies for intervention.
By you saying that, you indicating that that leads to the lack of data? Or that it leads, what am I to draw from that statement?
So pre-COVID, we really didn't have enough staff that could provide that level of expertise to teachers in the classroom. We have more of that behavioral health staff available now in every school. And we recognize that there are students who struggle with behavioral health, whether that appears as dysregulation, behavioral manifestations at the younger grades, or anxiety and depression as they get into the upper grades. We knew that those challenges were there. Pre-COVID, we didn't have the staff in place or the structure in place for this referral process. We knew heading into that COVID year that this was something we needed to develop. And we had, at the time, what we called our Behavioral Health Advisory Council that was comprised of our BCBAs, our guidance staff, our social worker, nurses, school psychologists, and administrators. Did I miss anybody? They knew that we needed to have the tiered supports in behavioral health, the way that you would have tiered supports for academics. So again, this was put in place just as COVID was kind of coming in and taking over everything.
I guess I won't belabor it. I'm just, I guess, struggling with how to relate what's being shown here towards what ultimately becomes a budget ask, one way or another.
Yep. So you see these numbers of kiddos that have gone through a process. Oftentimes they are being supported either directly by a BCBA, guidance counselor with group sessions, the social worker or adjustment clinical license in one-on-one counseling sessions, those staff members providing strategies for teachers, classroom teachers to employ with these students as an intervention to help them navigate anxiety in the classroom, depression, dysregulation, the goal here is if they can navigate that successfully, they can stay in the classroom, they can be more available to learn academically. So these numbers here indicate there's a fair number of students in need of some level of mental health, behavioral health support. So this speaks to the need for our clinical social workers in the schools, guidance counselors in the schools, the BCBAs.
I have a question. So relative to what Mr. Menard is talking about with how this affects the budget, do you feel that the positions that you've just listed have had a high staff turnaround since implementation of this?
Guidance counselors, no. BCBAs, we had two, one a year ago left the field following maternity leave. We backfilled that position. And social workers, we have had two, I think, transition out. One left the field of education, and another one left to pursue administration. And, oh, actually there were three. There was one more who left to take a similar position closer to home.
But in your opinion, in a 3-year span, including social workers, do you think that's a high staff turnover?
Given the high demand of these positions everywhere, no. It's a highly competitive market out there. There aren't enough of these licensed folks in the field of education. It's not easy to become licensed to be in the field of education. So I'm knowing the individual circumstances for each of those clinical positions that I just outlined, I'm not concerned at this point about turnover.
Thank you for your answer.
This is additional information as to the number of students that each of our behavioral health staff are working with, either our guidance counselors or our social workers. As I said, there are two licenses that are clinical in nature. It's a social worker license or it's a school adjustment counselor license. Guidance counselor license is different. They don't have a clinical background.
And if I remember correctly, Tier 1 is effectively no support, correct? It's
Tier
just
1 is essentially everybody.
Okay.
We're using the Trails to Wellness curriculum.
Right.
We've developed common language. There's a set number of lessons with the same theme up through the grades, all the way up through grade 12. So having that sort of common language building wide, classroom wide, having those little mini lessons on different topic areas, like catastrophic thinking. With the littlest ones, we talk about, is this a little worry, a medium worry, or a big worry? And kids can identify now in conversation with adults in the building, I have a big worry, and then they can start talking about it. Obviously, language adjusts in a developmentally appropriate way as we proceed up through the grade levels. But you can see that we still have a fair number of students that are engaging in Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions.
Is this on par with the state?
You know, I don't know that, this is not data that is tracked and submitted to the state. If we were if we were going to be able to compare, I'd probably have to put out an inquiry through the superintendent's listserv to see if they were doing similar type supports with similar types of staff in their district. And I don't know that they're tracking data even in their own district that would be comparable, but it would be really nice if the state actually tracks some of this data.
Is this a standardized way of tracking it? Is it? Maybe
for us, it's just keeping track of how many kids are in need of what level of support. But it would be, to my way of thinking, it would be a great thing, coming back to the chronic absenteeism issue that the state wants resolved, if you can identify the root cause of why students are not coming to school. Some of them, it is about school phobia because their anxiety levels are so high, or because of the depression level. If we were submitting and tracking data at the state level, they might actually be able to quantify how significant a problem we're facing with mental health. But we don't have to report that sort of data yet.
Yeah, I asked the questions because I think that this is going to be a conversation we're having year after year. And we're going to have to find ways to control costs, yet provide what's necessary on it. And it seems as though the way to do that is to look at larger sample sizes and seeing what works for similar type districts.
About a month ago, when we were having conversations with the delegation, I had a one-on-one conversation with Rep. Scarsdale, and I told her that this was an area of concern for us. That this is an area that they need to become more in tune with, and rather than the state taking punitive action to penalize schools that are having challenges with students and absenteeism, how about we get to the root cause? How about we find some solutions to root causes and invest in those? So I did ask her to sort of have that in mind with any future conversations relative to budgets, relative to legislation. You know, the state's very, very good at unfunded mandates, so maybe there will be at some point an unfunded mandate relative to mental health staffing. We don't know. There's a new interim commissioner of education, so we'll see what direction he sets.
Thank you.
We also have our board-certified behavior analysts, and you can see their caseloads as well. And we do have data tracking back to FY21 for those staff as well. And again, we have 2 BCBAs district-wide. One that primarily services students at the primary and elementary school, and the other handles the middle, high school, the ACE program, and any out-of-district placement students.
Do you have an idea as to whether or not these numbers are just reflective of catching up to the needs that we had before we had BCBAs in the schools, and we're just finally seeing, okay, now we can actually address the issues, or do you think that's actually still climbing?
It seems to me that it's possible that teachers and administrators, since we've put in the behavioral health support team referral process, that teachers are more in tune with what to be looking for and how to approach getting students assistance and support. So it's possible that BCBAs are actually picking kids up because of this new referral process Again, this is a referral process before you get to the level of special education. I can't say that that is exactly what's going on. I think we'd need to watch to see what happens trend-wise for another couple of years to know.
How does that referral process actually transpire? Does it just go through the BCBA's and then that goes to administration and then involves parents or anything, or is it all internal?
You want to talk about the referral process in general, how it works both academically and behavioral? Or do you want me to?
Sure. We have student support teams, and we have a referral process that there are forms that teachers need to fill out. There's a designated meeting date we have and set action steps from that date. So we have meetings for student support academically, behavioral health, and then from there we decide the course of action. Sometimes we determine certain interventions, meet again the next month, for example, to check in on how those interventions are working before we move for a special education
It
test.
really would depend on the nature of what the teacher was seeing. In some cases, it might be a dysregulation or a social emotional concern that they're seeing coupled with an academic struggle. And at those meetings, you would have present BCBA, a social worker. You might also have the math specialist, the literacy specialist, or other intervention teachers. In some cases, they'll set up meetings that they have a series of students that are all falling really in the academic referral process. And then there might be some that are clearly just in the behavioral health referral process, but occasionally there's some overlap. And it really depends on the nature of what the teachers are reporting as concern, who would be sitting at the table. So it's not a linear, teacher refers to the BCBA assesses the situation, then identifies for the administrator. It really is much more of a team process, and there have been opportunities for parents to participate as part of that as well.
Okay, but primarily this is all happening in-house apart before it gets to actually involving the parents? Or is there notification that goes out to the
Usually
parents when there's a referral?
If they're going through a referral
Okay.
process, there's communication with the
That's
family.
okay. Just want to know if I have a kid that is currently in a referral program and I don't know it.
Just one?
Just one. 25% chance, it's not that bad.
We have some data for you on mental health crisis hospitalizations that required tutoring. So in other words, this wasn't a bad day, I ended up in the ER, I was released from the ER. This is an actual hospital stay. You can see that last year was a year of concern. We had a total of 16 last year.
Could this be one person showing up multiple times?
There were, I think, no more than 3 individuals that had multiple hospitalizations last year. The interesting thing is when we pulled all this data for our initial budget presentation back in January, we only had 4 to date. You'll see the notation there that that's exactly where we were at that time last year, and we ended up with a total of 16 for the year. We'll see where we land at the end of this year.
Can you please talk about how that affects the budget when you have a situation like this with
Yep.
16?
So one of the positions that we had at the high school was an intervention teacher, and we had a different program as well, where kiddos that might be coming back from a hospitalization transitioned into this much smaller setting to ease the transition back in, to get ramped back up, catch up on missed work, manage anxiety levels, and then transition into classes in their regular schedule. But they always had that classroom as a fallback if they were running into a time in the day that they were feeling that they were having trouble coping. So that's one way. Another way is that there's intervention and connection to our social workers in the schools for kiddos that fall into this realm. Very important, actually. And it's not just at the high school level. We've seen a hospitalization in the elementary school.
Also the tutoring.
Right. We also have, in the budget, there's a line for the hospital tutoring. So that's also in there.
And this data reflects the hospitalizations only that required tutoring.
Right.
So there were other hospitalizations that if a student stayed, for example, for 3 or 4 days and then returned to school, there was no tutoring.
Looking at the spreadsheet and having the answers that you've provided on that helps a lot. Because as you're looking at those line items, you're able to say, okay, now this makes sense, this goes.
Right. And you'll see that we doubled the line for hospital tutoring based on the data that we saw last year. We were underfunded in that line last year to handle the number of kiddos that required tutoring. And looking at our data thus far this year, if it trends in the same direction, we need to be ready to support those students. So there's a budgetary impact there as well.
How much over budget was that last year because of that unexpected expense?
I'd have to go back and double check on actuals, but I know that a year ago we only funded that line to $3,000, I believe. There was another line in the budget for just home tutoring. So we reallocated money from that line into the hospital tutoring line to offset that impact. But again, it's a concern. Often, I think that this is a testament to the confidentiality and discretion that our school administrators and behavioral health staff employ. Students in crisis like this are taken from school in an ambulance to a hospital for assessment. It's not out and about that there's an ambulance coming to the school on a regular basis. It's because they are very discreet in timing of the arrival, because it's not a medical emergency. So you can time the arrival of an ambulance to a more discreet location for a door that a student can be taken home, and other students in the building don't notice. We work really hard to protect the confidentiality of our students.
What's the average length of the hospitalizations? Is there a average length associated with them? Because the tutoring would be driven by days, wouldn't it?
I think it's when you trip into a certain number of days. Is it beyond 5? I'd have to check that with our special ed director for you.
Yeah, maybe just something for future, again, looking at the... And then is there tutoring for there must be tutoring for non-behavioral related medical issues that could come up too, right?
Oh, sure. If we had a student that was out for a medical and
Yeah.
they were out for a period of time, we would also be obligated to provide tutoring for them as well.
Do we see trends associated with that, or is that?
No, none that I'm aware of.
How is that tutoring employed? Not on hospitalization, but, I think to Chris's point, like, at what point does that happen? How does the parent invoke that? Or is it the teachers or a principal or a social worker?
They don't invoke it. It's our responsibility once a student is out for a period of time on a medical, and even the behavioral health, mental health hospitalization, they're out on a medical. We are obligated to provide that tutoring because they need to have access to their learning.
So there are state requirements then?
Yeah, we have to provide the tutoring.
Thank you.
Did the overage from last year, was that, I just looked it up, it was from 3,000 to 5,000, or 6,000, excuse me. Did that cover, 6,000 covered?
Juliana's pretty good.
I remember.
A week ago.
Yep.
I believe that she doubled that line because that was pretty close to what we
Okay.
actually spent.
So worst case scenario, if we see a repeat of last year, that would get us, unfortunately, but fortunately prepared. Okay.
So in our initial budget presentation, we actually proposed that the school committee may want to consider, since we were looking at many cuts, whether or not they wanted to consider cuts in our athletic staffing. And our only budgeted staff, permanent staff, not seasonal coaches, were our athletic trainer and our athletic director. And one of the parents noted that there was no data on our athletic programs and the participation of students in the programs. And we do have reports to the school committee about participation of high school students in our athletic programs for each season. So I just went back and grabbed some data. You can see that there are a couple of seasons there. Due to COVID, we weren't playing in that season. During the 2021 year, the fall season was actually relocated to the tail end of spring. There was an abbreviated fall and spring season in the spring. So you can see that we have consistently strong participation.
There's a market increase in winter the last 2 years. Is that because of new sports were added, or?
I don't believe that we've added any sports. We have a co-op ski, I think, that our kids participate in. We've got a co-op hockey, indoor track, pickleball. No, there's no. Coming soon.
That'll drive you crazy, though.
You should come visit over in the office and
It's loud.
the ambiance of pickleball in the background. Makes you feel guilty for sitting at your desk and working on your laptop. You feel like you should be up and moving around, but
It's exercise osmosis.
think about the other winter sports. Oh, basketball. Basketball. Of course, the numbers there are kind of limited. You're kind of limited in the number of kiddos that you can have on teams, but I think just in general, there are just a couple fewer sports that are running for us during the winter months as compared to the fall and the spring.
I have actually a few questions about this because parents pay for athletic programs. Where does that money go?
To pay for the programs. I'll end up doing a full breakdown at the end of the year, assuming that we get past budget by the end of the year. We have fees that come in to our athletic revolving account. We have ticket sales to different competitions that come into that revolving account. We have some support from booster organizations. And then there's some budgeted lines in the budget. But the vast majority of what we're paying out is funded through those fees, because when you take a look at the lines that are budgeted, they fall well below what the total cost would be in those lines. Transportation alone.
Do you know what percentage the fees cover of the overall cost?
I can do a breakdown of that when we actually dig in and break it out by season, by sport. keep in mind that not all students who participate are actually paying the full fee. If you are eligible for free lunch, there is no fee. And if you are eligible for reduced lunch, there's a significantly reduced fee. I want to say it's like less than $32 or $33. I mean, it's a significant reduction in the fee, which then becomes a challenge. So you've got a lot of kids participating, but not all kids contributing to the cost of the actual sport.
I've always had a lot of questions surrounding this because I don't understand all of the athletic programs that are offered through the town of Lunenburg. But if you have sponsors participating for marketing value for their businesses
We can't.
for that.
By policy, that is,
But is that not part of the athletic program? This is part of what I'm asking.
there are no sponsors, no.
So I don't understand what
That would be for like Bengals or soccer.
falls in this, like what categories of sports are relative to this screen.
Our high school and middle school athletic programs, not the Bengals, not LISA, not Lunenburg Youth Basketball. Those are
Baseball.
separate entities. They're youth sport organizations. They're not part of our Lunenburg sports program.
But does your athletic director contribute the time to schedule those teams out on public fields? Who schedules that? Like whose position pays for that?
That's a joint effort between our athletic director and the facility director.
Okay, thank you.
And I will say that our athletic director works really hard to try to accommodate the preferred locations, dates, and times. The challenge for us, particularly in the fall, given our own high school and middle school athletic teams, their need for practice time on a field, games scheduled on our fields, it's a real challenge. We don't have enough field space to accommodate everyone's preferred ask, and it gets even trickier once you have bad weather and rainouts and reschedule of our games, which then bump the youth organization practices or games. We just don't have enough space.
I think that's very important information for parents to know because over the years, I've had so many conversations with, fellow parents and they're like, if the athletic department is scheduling this, what's the participation if we're paying and is it private? So I think that answers a lot of questions, not just, for finance committee members, but the town as a whole to try to understand what does this program actually include. So the budget and the line items that you have specific to athletics in Lunenburg, I think it helps people that are listening and are, tuning into the school budget and the state that we're in right now with a worst case scenario, say, okay, the line items for athletics are for X, Y, and Z.
There is a charge for facility use for those organizations. So the fact that we maintain the playing fields to the right specs for the sport, we line the fields for the sport, we have the lights, we do irrigation, the scheduling, on and on. There's a fee that the users pay, and honestly,
Hasn't that fee stayed pretty static for
yep,
like hundreds of years or something? Like a
not
long
quite
time?
hundreds.
But it's been a long time,
But we are
right?
actually currently, Mr. Heavey is now reevaluating the rates. And we will be going to the school committee this spring with recommendation for changes to some of the rates. As an example, if you rent the gym, that's inside the building. Somebody has to be there to open the building, be there to, have oversight of the building, and then secure the building, clean up as that event is done. So one of the fees, if you're having an event inside the building, is a custodian for the duration of your event. We have to pay the custodian time and a half because they work their regular shift and then they're also working these additional events, let's say on a Saturday. And it's not always the custodians with the lowest hourly rate that are the ones that are volunteering to work the event. Oftentimes, it's our staff who are making a higher hourly rate. So definitely, we can't be losing money on rentals. So we need to go back, reassess all the kinds of charges that we have relative to facility use.
I support that effort very much.
I think it's much more complicated than that, because everyone is still a taxpayer for every field in every gym in the town.
Yep.
So,
And our approach has always been, what's the fee that we need to charge to cover cost, right? It's not a money-making enterprise for us, because it's largely the kids in the community that are using the building.
yeah.
And it's a good thing for them to be engaged in these activities. We're not looking at this as a money-making opportunity. We have always just sought to cover cost.
But if it's self-sustaining at very least, instead of being in a deficit state, maybe there could be a little bit more effort on an arts and culture, director. So there's this information, and there is quite a bit of focus on athletics. And by all means, I support athletics, but I also support arts and culture. And there's been many discussions this budget season about students concerned about losing band and losing art, and how the integration of that creative aspect of learning has helped them in academic learning. So I would be interested to see that, and I understand this is very close to the end of the budget season where, we're going to be reviewing this, but I think for future, that would be something to really dig into. And not to be this moneymaker, but at very least, self-sustaining and taking a closer look at the private institutions in the town to make sure that the contributable factor with them is fair, so that you could put a focus on other programs as well.
Yeah, just another plug out, the rec director is part of that whole scheduling process as well.
Been phenomenal to work with.
Yeah.
She really has, and she's done a great job organizing a variety of things for kids all year long. And she's a great communicator with us, gets us a schedule, we can promote the schedule, which again helps get those programs enrolled well so that they can run. So
I think you're on
been
non-common
really happy.
platforms.
what was that?
You're on different platforms, I think, which
So,
makes it
so
a
I
little
will say
harder
this,
too.
back to the very beginning. One of the things I heard in my entry process here from all of our facility users, how much they hated School Dude, how much it was not user-friendly. The number one thing we want you to do, Kate, is get rid of School Dude.
I'm sorry, it was called School Dude?
Yeah.
That was the name of the platform, School Dude.
Yeah.
So we vetted a few, and the one that we've moved to now, ML Schedules, is actually a bit cheaper, and it is much more user-friendly. Even on our end, it's much more user-friendly. And Chris Ruth has actually come down, and we've walked him through the difference, how this new platform works. And as I understand it, he was going to be exploring picking it up for the scheduling of the rec programs in the park, so.
Because as just an average citizen in town, you don't know who to go to.
Correct.
If you want to
Yep.
use a certain facility in town, right? The library,
Yep.
the Boys and Girls Club,
Yep.
who charges rent for some reason on a town property that they have no lease on. The parks has, so it's confusing, right? It should be one entry
I
point.
think pretty much anybody who needs to know, give a call to my office. Liz is pretty knowledgeable about all of that and can generally point people in the right direction. But we had talked a while back about creating some sort of information on the town website as to what facilities were available and who the contact would be if you were interested in renting the different facilities, because they are under the purview of different boards and departments in town.
Yeah, and there's got to be a savings if you could have one entry point into the reservation of different things and scheduling software for it.
Yeah, like I said, I think the Parks was using something different, and the
My rec.
only time that the town was using School Dude was just for TCP, I thought. And we had communication before we rolled away from School Dude. But like I said, Chris Ruth came over and we kind of walked through how it works and the things that we see that are a bonus to this new platform.
Yeah.
And like I said, he was going to be looking into it because he was happy with it as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's a little bit of savings.
And I know libraries on a different platform having used theirs, so.
A couple of years ago, your policy committee spent, I'm going to say, half a school year trying to sort out the pecking order, it's the best word I can come up with, for use of the fields.
Yep.
I would assume that's kind of hard to build into a software platform.
Yeah, that really does come into the approval process. We work hard to get our athletic programs scheduled in early.
Right, and they were
Because
high on
we're
the,
pretty much scheduling the next season out
Yep.
in the current season, so we can kind of preload those things. That way, when it's time for the seasonal users to start putting in their request for their schedule, our facility director has the sign-off for my sign-off. If it is a field or a gym, the athletic director also is in that chain of approvals so that there's a cross-check. Yes, it's available, it's approved. The building principals are also in that queue for approval. And we have conversations with the leaders of each of the organizations as they're, about to start scheduling for their upcoming season. And like I said, our athletic director has been really good about working with the leads on these sports groups.
it just seems like it would be nice if there was a more streamlined process, but there's so many facets to it, it's difficult.
Yep, there's a lot of layers of checks. But ultimately, it's the facility director that has the responsibility for invoicing for facility use. So he would be the one to make sure that he had all the proper details loaded in to the system through the approval process.
Just a quick question about the status of the fields and the status of the, well, since we're on athletics, and the status of the stadium as well. We had a pretty wet winter.
Yep.
We had a pretty wet year last year as well. Has there been any indication that our fields are not able to hold up to all of this weather at this point? Or that the stadium is
So
sagging
historically, we've
faster?
had problems when we've had
Right.
heavy rain. Any time of year, heavy rain wreaks havoc on the turf because we've got a drainage issue over there, which is contributing to the disrepair of the retaining wall, the paver walkway, the retaining wall at the fence. The fence you can visibly see is leaning. We were allocated $50,000 in ARPA money. We have gone through the process. We've got somebody doing that site assessment at this point, and we'll make that recommendation as to what a full assessment and the work that needs to be done there would entail. So that's getting underway. We just signed a contract with the one that was awarded, so. We've had a challenge with low-lying areas of the grass fields holding water. I think honestly, to remedy that, we're we're going to have to address leveling that field, filling it in. That's going to take the field out of play for a bit of time, so.
Are you talking along Mass Ave or behind Turkey Hill?
The one that, the side of the grass field where the bleachers are as you come up the driveway to the middle high school,
Behind the
across from
greenhouse.
TCP parking lot, those grass fields right there.
Yeah.
The one that's
The three front
closest to
fields.
the driveway, it has some lower lying areas that can get kind of swampy if we have
It's one
heavy
word.
rain.
You got to remember, a brook was buried underground through that property many years ago.
Yes, we've heard that story from our own resident historian on the school committee.
So that's part of your water. It's a natural brook that's
Exactly.
underground.
Exactly.
That's why you have that little patch of cat of nine tails down at the corner of the driveway on Route 2A.
See, you tune into Finance Committee and you learn some things about town. There'll
Any
be
other
a quiz. We should do a trivia night on Lunenburg trivia.
You can add it to the,
It could be
you're
a
smarter than a
fundraiser.
sixth grader.
I think we just had a great idea.
Any other questions on athletics for now?
No.
All right.
Added a few slides on grants because through the early part of the budget cycle this year, there was lots of conversation about why don't you just look for grants? And I thought it was worthwhile to share some data on that. So you have a summary there of just the ESSER grants that are closing out. ESSER 1 has already sunsetted, ESSER 2 sunsetted last September, and ESSER 3 will sunset this coming September. When we got these grants, however, we knew that they were multi-year, and we had multiple years to expend them, and we developed a plan for staffing, and it was a multi-year plan. And we have stuck to that plan, and as we've gotten to the sunsetting of any one of these grants, if there were any remaining funds, we use them as a one-time purchase, oftentimes, grabbing a handful of Chromebooks or something like that, which is an allowable expense on ESSER. And likely we would do the same if we had a small amount of money remaining as we close out ESSER this summer. If there are, tech things that we can purchase for the kids, we would do that.
In retrospect, has anybody verbalized what might have been a better way to use these funds?
I know that there are some people who thought these are not sustainable funds, we should just, do one-time purchases, do repairs of some things or whatever. The intent of these primarily was to address the COVID impact. And the two biggest priority areas that were identified for this grant were social, emotional, mental health, and academic learning loss. And that's exactly how we prioritized these funds. So there was an impact, no doubt about it. But we have stayed focused. We knew that we may only have this level of staffing for 3 short years, but we were going to hit it hard because we were going to do everything that we could to close any of the gaps that were resulting from that period of time. Whereas a one-time purchase of Chromebooks, they have a lifespan. They're gone. The kids that we impact, their lifespan is a whole lot longer. And the impact, if we can address mental health for them now and give them strategies that can last them a lifetime and get them access to being in a classroom and available for learning, again, that's a lifelong impact that we had. We did buy some air purifiers for some of our classrooms where teachers were rather anxious around the concern with COVID and airflow, and so we did purchase some things like that. we aren't still using those in the classroom. That concern has dissipated.
One quick question, if I may interrupt for a second. And again, this is coming from a person that does not know what the collective bargaining agreements say in the fine print, and whether it's even doable. But in retrospect, might have been better served to contract out those services using the ESSER money? And
Because one of the things that we're finding right now, we have had significant challenge finding a speech-language pathologist. Speech and language services are included on IEPs. We have to provide them. We can't find anyone to fill the position. We have had to bring in contracted service. It costs more than double what it would cost us if we could fill the position. We can't afford contracted service.
more than double, including full benefits?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's cost us an awful lot of money.
Yeah.
So I would say that we actually made out pretty well. And most of the positions that we hired were not, most of them were not folks that had a lot of years of experience.
Mhm.
So they were entering at a lower pay scale. I think they were absolutely 100% worth that money. They've built rapport with the kids. They've been in the same buildings for a few years now. That connection and rapport with the kids, seeing them every day, being out at recess with them with contracted service, you're not getting any of that. So I do think that we saw a substantial benefit for making that investment. And we knew, and I have said for 3 years, yes, we know we're going to have to cut positions when ESSER monies are gone. However, we might find, based on student need, that some of these positions must stay, and we would choose to cut other positions in place of them. And that's exactly where we're at. We're looking to keep our clinical licenses, our social workers and adjustment counselors in our schools.
Thank you.
I have some follow-up thoughts to that. So in regard to the learning loss for students across the board, and there's been a difference in the way that the school, I'm not even just going to say Lunenburg, schools in general, have tried to reacclimate students going back into a building, hybrid learning, full-time learning, and I am of the opinion that right now, the students that have gone from the elementary school this past year, and they're now in middle school, were not prepared for having homework and for the rigorous schedule of middle school, because there was not a plan in place with the elementary school to have any homework. I don't see that...
That was a deliberate decision
Well, hang on just one
not to
second.
have homework.
I want to finish this because I really want to hear your answer to this, because I want to understand this. So I don't see that that's really changed this year with the elementary school. So the elementary school still does not have any homework, and you have one of the largest classes going from the elementary school into the middle school this upcoming fall. And with the loss of these grants, I can certainly understand wanting to keep those clinicians. I do think these positions are important. And I think this is my personal opinion, it's rather unfortunate that we're faced with what we have and we're trying to exist within our means and make the right decisions. I understand those are hard decisions. But having a strategy in place to say, okay, we need to slowly acclimate the students through this curve into the middle school, do you think that it would decrease some of the need for the clinicians or the anxiety that the social workers are trying to decrease? Because I have experienced and had conversations with dozens of other parents who are also in a panic because we're not used to it as parents. And I'm not just speaking as an I am speaking as a we for the community to try to get our kids used to doing that type of homework. And I am concerned for that class. Even though I don't have a child in it, I'm still concerned for many reasons about what is going to happen next year, especially with these budget cuts. So are the clinicians going to see a heavier workload and the social workers because they're going to have the same recurring problem that's happened this year into next year? What is the strategy to fix that?
The strategy comes back to pedagogy. If you take a look at the academic performance of the Turkey Hill Elementary School, it's increased during the years that they have not had mandatory homework as part of what they do. It's not that they don't have anything to do at home. They prioritized asking students and parents to prioritize free reading at home. They're asked to spend some time reading every night. They are not sitting down at the kitchen table doing math worksheets or spelling lists or writing sentences with the spelling words. We've seen an increase in the achievement. We need to have conversations at the 6-12 level about pedagogy, about what is the purpose of homework? What are you trying to accomplish with homework? Teaching children time management is not the right first answer for why we give homework. It's not. It should be connected to the learning outcome. So those are conversations that are ongoing. That said, I know that homework is important as the kids progress up through the grades. But the 6th grade teachers have some responsibility to help kids transition up to that level. It's not you walk in the door, you're 6th grade, boom, welcome to middle school, here's your homework load. That should not be happening.
I strongly disagree with you, and I encourage you to sit through your 6th grade classrooms because it is a shocking amount of work. And I think the teachers are stressed out from having to acclimate those students, and I do think spending your resources on trying to decrease the stress levels in that middle school because these kids are not prepared. I am not saying that Turkey Hill is not a successful elementary school. I am not disagreeing with that point. I'm saying I think the money that is being spent on the clinicians, maybe you wouldn't need as many clinicians, and maybe the time could be stretched differently if there weren't as much anxieties, and the teachers may have a little less on their plates too, to say, you know what, I have a third of my classroom that is stressed out because they've never done homework before. And it's not like they wait to give the kids homework 3 months into the year. That's not the case. That's happening in the middle school right now.
So this is a big conversation, and it's a philosophical conversation, and it really does come down to the pedagogy of learning. So I think we can agree to disagree on this one for now.
That's fine, but pedagogy is learning. It's the methodology of teaching, and there's a lot of different learning styles, and there's a lot of different teaching styles.
There are.
And this is a point that I bring up to the community publicly, that I think that where there is opportunity to potentially save on resources by changing a structure, a simple structural change, by slowly acclimating a child, potentially reducing the stress of that child and the people teaching the children, no matter what style those teachers choose.
So I would say that there is no homework at the Turkey Hill Elementary, and yet we have students that are in need of Tier 2 and Tier 3 behavioral health support. So I don't see it as a direct connection. I do see it as a contributing factor. You are absolutely right on that. I won't deny that. But again, it comes back to conversations around the approach to education. It's an ongoing process because we don't dictate to teachers what they must do or what they cannot do. It's a process to get them to a place where they can understand that they can have high-quality instruction in their classroom without giving kids a half hour of homework every night. It's a process. It's a transition in practice. And sometimes it can be hard when you shift practice, when you've been practicing this way for 15, 20 years. It's a process. It's a conversation. I don't disagree that kids get stressed out about homework. Teachers get stressed out about having to correct homework.
But they're getting
Which
paid
is
to
a-
do that, and the kids are setting up success for the
But
rest of
it's
their
also
life.
a case of if it's stressful for you to have to correct it, again, please revisit, why are you giving this assignment? And what are you looking to assess of the student through this assignment? And oftentimes, teachers can't always answer that question. It's just that this is what good teachers do. They give homework. They teach kids time management. They get them ready for college. But what we're finding is that the kids come back from college and tell us that college is a cakewalk compared to high school because they had so much homework in high school. It didn't really get them ready for college. College is very different now than it was 15, 20 years ago.
If the level at the middle school homework wasn't as high as it is, I don't think I would be advocating for both students and teachers. And when I say it's a shocking amount, it's not that they went from having elective reading in Turkey Hill to half an hour at night at home in the middle school. That is not the case. It is hours for some
I know
of these
that.
students.
I know that.
So what you're talking about with there's more work in, the high school level, and college is actually more manageable, that's currently happening. So I think there needs to be some check and balance
Yes,
in
I don't
between
disagree.
the elementary school and the middle school.
And
And my
we're working on
advocacy is for, I'm happy to hear that. I'm very interested, I'll be tuning into that. But my advocacy is not just for the students and the parents, it is also for the teachers. Because I see this
As
as
is
a
our
big stress
advocacy.
load
Yeah.
on the teachers as well.
I think because we made the decision to stop homework at the Turkey Hill level just, I think it was 2 years.
And it was
ago.
actually after having conversations with teachers, because during the hybrid year, they backed off the homework. And what the teachers reported was that they did not see a decline overall because they did not have homework. And they wanted to continue that for another year to see. And like I said, we're seeing good results in terms of achievement for kids. So they've embraced this idea at that level. It's a process. It's going to take us some more time and effort and conversation with teachers to help them navigate to a place where it can be less stressful for them as well as for the kids, because they don't have to give as much homework as they're giving. They don't have to have kids spending the time on it. They don't have to spend hours and hours themselves grading it. Again, it's a process that you engage with the teachers through. It's not an edict where you just say, you're not giving homework anymore. That was a process that teachers, in concert with their building administrators, got to at Turkey Hill.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue to encourage that transition conversation.
Yeah,
It's
as
important.
am I.
I think it comes down simply to, when I leave my job, I don't go home and then have to start doing more work for my job.
Right.
Kids are there for 6.5 hours, and then they go home, and then they have to continue their job, and they're wiped.
Right, and the thinking at Turkey Hill was we want kids to love reading. So let them read what is interesting to them. We just want them to read. I'll give you my own life story. At some point, there was so much homework and so much reading as part of homework that along the line, when I had free time, I was not reading. Reading was work. To this day, the books I choose to pick up are work-related, not a fiction novel or something like that. That was the connection for me. Reading is work. I don't want that to be the connection for kids. I want them to love reading, whatever kind of reading they want to do.
I will give
But
you and
we
other people.
squash it right out of them.
I think that's a successful program. I think that is very successful. The elementary school students that I know in this community, they are more connected to reading. And that credit is due. So to be fair, I think that's successful. And that has shown through in my own household, and that's something that we push as parents. But I have to say, Turkey Hill has done a phenomenal job with encouraging children to read. And again, that's not the point. The point is about the
Exactly.
transition into something else and
Exactly.
keeping that excitement for learning.
Yes.
It's keeping the, this isn't a chore because, to Mr. Waters' point, they're leaving for 6 hours of school and they're going home, and now they're required to read, and they're required to do an hour and a half of math, and they're required to study.
It
So
takes on a whole different
It took away
tone.
the excitement of the learning. And, I don't want to, not waste time, but I don't want to continue to go this, because I think we see each other's point here.
We need to work on the transition.
We do.
We need to work with everybody
Yep.
involved.
And I think it does relate to the numbers and the budget as well. But I will give you that credit all day long. And everyone else that's worked in the program for Turkey Hill, because I think the reading program there is very successful.
Thank you.
Shall we
You still
continue?
get a prize if you read 15 books?
No,
I don't think they do.
no,
Was it Pizza Hut that used to give you the little?
Yes.
Yes.
They read so many books.
it was
Oh, the schools
fantastic.
used to do it.
Yeah, we
But it was
had
through Pizza Hut.
Didn't they do something at the library a couple of years ago? I think the kids got, we had a connection with the public library. We partnered with them, generally speaking, for their kickoff for summer reading. And I think a couple of years ago, they got prizes based on the most pages read or the most books read or something.
And you can imagine there were all kinds of theories around that too, and reading logs and forcing kids and making them earn, and that's.
And
was
honesty.
It was Books and Beyond, and my son had to do 15 every night so that he could beat someone else. So it's like,
Yeah, there's real
Only
love
reading
of
one and
learning
writing
right
out
there.
16.
You love the joy of reading. I gotta read 15 books. How many pages in those books? No, they're too long.
How many words on those pages? Graphic novel.
We need some pictures in these books.
All right, shall we continue?
Please. So again, there are a few slides taking you back from the current year, back all the way to FY20. You've got federal grants, which are entitlement grants. We get them every year. It's a formula-based allocation. And then the state grants, those are the ones that we actively pursue. They are not a given. And as you can see, we've been fairly successful in bringing in some additional funding sources for the work that we're trying to do in the district. You can just quickly scroll through, because they're pretty much the same. I did have somebody inquire as to who's the primary grant writer. There is no primary grant writer. It's the lead person that would be connected to that grant area. So in other words, any special ed related grants, Juliana Hanscom would be the lead. Anything connected to curriculum, learning, instruction. Mrs. Scott here, our Director of Teaching and Learning, would be the lead for those. We have had a long-standing family and community grant. That's an early education and care grant. Patty Gillette is the one that runs that program. And the last couple of years, there was an add-on to that grant. If you had that grant, you were eligible to apply for, and we did get the Child Home Program. We have folks who go into homes with little ones, and they bring books, they read, just trying to make that literacy connection and resources for literacy really early. And we've also had some school health type grants, and that's our nurse coordinator that would write for and facilitate those grants. Any of the real COVID specific kinds of grants, it was our business manager that was the lead on those.
For state funding, we heard last night about the fair, it might have been last night, I don't even know, about the fair share millionaires tax funds for Chapter 90 and what we're getting in.
I have gotten no no information.
Okay.
Usually if there are funds that are targeted to K-12, they tend to come through the Department of Ed. We haven't, I checked with Juliana too, we haven't seen anything come our way yet, but we can do some inquiry to see if there are any funds coming to K-12 and what they might be.
From what I remember you saying, it was supposed to be 50/50, right?
I looked again,
But was it
has-
targeted to higher ed?
It's higher ed, and I found something for K-12, but it was specific. It wasn't like it would come to the top.
Is that paying for the associate's degree for people over 25?
Maybe.
Yes.
That's what it's going towards?
It might.
Okay.
That's not to say that there's nothing coming to K-12.
Just nothing that we've seen yet?
We haven't seen anything.
And that we haven't heard anything about it being factored into the Chapter 70 formulation or anything? Okay. Okay. That's unfortunate.
This says 510 budgeted for early education and care K-12 education and higher education. I feel like it was definitely sold that way.
It was.
Which is usually the bait and switch that happens on legislation, but.
Well, the other thing is if early education and care is eligible, maybe there's another grant that's coming that way. Maybe it'll be the bookends, it's the higher ed and the early care, but I don't know, we haven't seen anything.
I would hope that wouldn't be grant-based, though. I would hope it'd be direct, sort of like a 40S, effectively.
So when you think about it being grant-based, the ESSER grants, we didn't apply for those. There
Okay.
was an allocation, but it came to us through the Department of Ed.
Got it. Just so,
So when they're trying to target K-12, those monies funnel through the Department of Ed, and whether it's we have a formula, this is what you're getting, they facilitate them like grants.
okay.
In other words, we have to report information on them, and that's how they kind of manage and track at the state level, so.
Okay.
I don't know if this
They're
is
not
right.
competitive
This is an
grants, they're
FY
just
24
grants.
brief, and it does show education, mostly higher ed. K-12 is only for early college and innovation pathways.
Okay, that's the innovation pathway.
Don't know if this is right, but it's something.
No, you're
It's on Google, so it's absolutely true.
Mr. Google knows everything.
Does my percentages?
Oh, this is Maura Healy's brief.
Okay.
It breaks it down if it's right.
So it looks like there's not much coming K-12.
Okay.
So again, if you just flip through these quickly, you'll see it's a similar series of grants, different values, different years. And as you flip back and get all the way back to like FY '20, you see that there were far fewer grants at that time. Again, a lot of federal money came into the state with COVID, and how the state used that money and how they chose to distribute that money and target their priorities. That's where you see FY '21, '22, '23, '24, accelerated learning, deeper learning, literacy, like all of that. I suspect that at some point, probably as soon as next year, we'll start to see some of those grants dwindling off. There was a time where if you got in early and you got into this grant, oftentimes they would do a continuation. So if you were in, you could apply to continue the grant. And we're already starting to see some of that fade off.
Okay.
But we were able to take advantage of purchasing almost all of our new curriculum materials through grants,
Fully
and we
through
were
grants.
told by DESI that they were glad we took advantage because at some point it's going to be an unfunded mandate to use high-quality instructional materials. So even though we're paying for the consumables in the building budgets now, the original bulk of the cost
Right.
was
You know,
Okay.
and when you're talking K-5, that's like a few $100,000 to make that purchase and implement K-5 all at one time. We never would have been able, we would have had to start with, we'll start implementing K-1, and then we'll add grade 2 next year, and we would have had to phase it in. We never would have been able to afford to implement K-12 or K-5 literacy and K-5 math, and then 6-8 literacy. And like I said, next year we'll be implementing curriculum for 6-8 for math.
Is that primarily license-based, those expenses? Or is it physical?
Primarily.
Okay.
Yep.
Are those,
There are tangible materials that you can purchase as well.
are they permanent licenses, perpetual licenses, or are we going to see another need for a large investment at some point?
At some point.
Only if we adopt a
Yeah,
new.
so here's the
Okay.
thing about the state. Every 10, 12 years or so, they revisit the standards. They change things up. And then you have to update your curriculum to make sure that you're aligned with the standards that they have now put in place for that grade, for that content area. So that's a natural driver. At some point, the state is going to make some adjustment to frameworks, and we'll have to make an adjustment as well. Some of the licenses that we have, though, for one of the lines in the budget is a renewal for books, science? Yep. Science books at the high school. But that renewal cost is a 6-year license. So
But they make you pay it on year one? There's no option for spreading it out?
It's a discounted rate for a 6-year option versus paying.
But it's still
yearly.
upfront? They charge, because I know there are plenty of options that give you, and again, this is private sector, not, or public sector, not public schools.
we
But-
could pay annually, but like Annika said, in the long run, we'd pay more money for it.
No, we are able to purchase a bulk package that we then pay, if it's over 6 years, we divide that number by 6 and we pay that amount every year until we hit the total amount. They don't offer that with anything like this.
I can't speak to those science textbooks. It's something we could ask about, but
I mean, if they want to make a sale.
Sure.
If these do come through on average of every 10 years, is that something that we could put forward as a 10-year plan to prepare for, so that we don't have to phase it in, that we would be able to, set up a license management fund or something to that effect, that we dump money into every year, and then we're ready for that big purchase?
In our budget, there's a curriculum adoption line. Ideally, that's where that money would go.
Okay.
You'll see that this year there's a reduction in that line because typically that line more recently has been funded at 40,000. Once upon a time, 40S was in that ballpark, and that line was fully funded with 40S monies. And then as the actual 40S value decreased, we kept it funded at 40. And in the last few years, the 40S has been like $18,000. So you'll see that decrease in that line as a marker for the loss of that 40S.
Okay.
But that is a place that we could put a plan together where over a 10-year period of time, we were building up the monies that are allocated there. Because it's not like in 10 years, every curriculum is going to change. This year, they're implementing a new phys ed and health curriculum. Next year, it might be something different. 3 years from now, we might be looking at an updated science curriculum. There's always something coming. We usually have a little bit of lead time knowing that they're working on revising a framework. So we can get a sense that in a year or two, it's going to be released. We're going to have to assess it. We're going to have to make adjustments to our curriculum resources. It's not necessarily always going to be a full overhaul, right? It's not necessarily that, in 8 years, if they revise the literacy framework, that we have to totally toss HMH out the window. It may be an adjustment of what units we teach or don't teach, or shift to a different grade level, or have to find supplemental curriculum materials to enhance that base curriculum with in order to meet the updated standards. So it really is kind of case by case. We take a look at how significant the shift to the curriculum framework is. We may or may not need to have a major investment to update a curriculum.
I think by not having that sort of annual padding that you're putting forward, that it sort of hits you twice, where if you do have one of those years, or you know in a year you're going to have to replace K through 6, and that's a couple $100,000.
Yep.
If you do it piecemeal 1 year at a time, by year 6, you're already 6 years into the possibility of them changing it again in 4 years, and that's on a 10-year plan. If they do it every 8 years, who knows? But at the same time, if you have to do the upfront cost of a couple $100,000, and then you get another phys ed change, where do you absorb that from? So I think if I could recommend anything, it would be
Welcome to education.
Not that you have an issue with the budget this year, but
Shooting targets in the dark, you don't always have enough lead time to really map out a well-prepared plan, which is unfortunate for those of us who like to have strategic plans and follow them and budget appropriately for them. It can be hard. I will say that just 2 days ago, we found out that we will be picking up for special ed services a 3-year-old, because if they're in early intervention, 3 years old, they're eligible for special ed services. And this one will require special ed transportation. Not in our budget, but we will have to pay for it anyway. These are the things that, try as you might, sometimes you might land right in the sweet spot, and other times not so much. And this year, I will say, in the world of special ed, we've been hit a couple of times, which is not the typical pattern for us. Nonetheless, that has been our year, minus the finance director. We think finance all the time.
I would encourage, at least, I would like to see for next year if there is some type of a plan that can be put forward, or worked with the school committee, obviously, just to plan for it, because it's an expense you know is going to be coming. And being proactive and planning for it is going to be much easier to absorb than a reactive standpoint.
Agreed.
All right.
And then on this slide here, you've just got a summary of the totals of all the different kinds of grants over the last 5 years. As you can see, in grants over the last 5 years, we brought in $7.8 million. A lot of it brought in by our Director of Teaching and Learning. Okay, so budget development. All the typical patterns in our budget cycle thrown out the window this year. This year, the priorities for the budget were really to align with those priorities identified by the school committee. They wanted resources to support differentiated instruction, equity, family engagement, and our continued execution of the strategy for continuous improvement. So annually in August, the district leadership team, we have data summits. We take a look at our iReady data from the previous year, or 2 or 3. We look for trends. We look at cohort groupings, class level groupings, individual classroom groupings to see what patterns emerge for us in the data. We also take a look at the information that we can get from our MCAS results, when they're initially released in August. We take a look at our district-wide goals, our school improvement plan goals, our strategy for continuous improvement, the action plans aligned with that strategy, and we make adjustments and set a course for the year ahead. This year in October, our central office leadership team started meeting multiple times a week. That's not typical, but that's because of the early warning that we might be looking at a 10% increase in health insurance. We knew that that was going to have a significant impact on our budget. And I was also aware in early October that we would be losing our finance director. So we got to work really early, digging in hard. And then through November, December, and January, we continued to meet with building administrators, assessing our increases in all areas of our budget. By November, we were able to communicate publicly through a school committee meeting that with a 10% increase to health insurance, we were potentially looking at an impact of the overall budget, not just the health insurance, but with all of the increases, the loss of ESSER funding, health insurance, the impact could be potentially upwards of $1.5 million. So again, we started contemplating how would we make that kind of cut and not have to dismantle all of the structures and supports that we had built into place, that we were seeing good results come with those, and yet realistically knowing that there was no magical solution that we were going to find $1.5 million to be able to maintain where we were. So we started looking at some really difficult decisions around all of it. By February, we were now looking at not only the typical 2.5 target budget for the town manager that we do every year, we were now looking at level service with just our ESSER cuts. What would the needs-based budget look like? And the town manager seeing that there was going to be a significant impact with her preliminary budget. It was a 2.94% increase for us, so we developed that budget. We've been looking at all kinds of different budget scenarios from 2.5 all the way up to keeping everything that we have. I think there's been an awful lot of good discussion around the impact of each type of budget that we've looked at. And there's been a lot of good conversation around what the priorities of the school committee are, what the priorities of the parents and the community are around the budget. And then just last night, we presented what I'm considering the town manager's updated budget, which would be a 4.19% increase. Additionally, the select board earlier this week voted to allocate some ARPA monies for some of those one-time expenses that were built into our initial budgets, the 911 compliance upgrades for our phone system, the upgrades for our security, our network, to increase the security of our network. And as you know, we have an annual cost of investment in updated Chromebooks. We issued to 6th graders. They keep those as their device until they leave the 8th grade. They turn them in. Any of those devices and there should be many that have some usable life still, those go down to Turkey Hill. We swap out anything that's really outdated. Kiddos coming into the 9th grade also are issued a new Chromebook, and they keep those until they graduate. Typically, when those are turned in, there's not a whole lot of usable life left, but anything that looks pretty viable, we, again, send those down to Turkey Hill as well. We do have to, not on a large scale, but we do have to make some investment in some additional Chromebooks as loaners to have on the shelf if there's a damaged Chromebook for anyone who's on a 1-to-1, so 6th through 12th grade. They can turn in the broken one for repair and they get a loaner device, but we have to have them on the shelf in order to loan them out. Additionally, we oftentimes buy maybe 40-ish, 50 Chromebooks for Turkey Hill. Again, that's to be sure that we have enough devices with an updated operating platform that can support the MCAS test, because it's all done online now. And some of our devices, they've just been outdated and they can't support running the online test. So those kinds of things are going to be annual costs for us. Additionally, we're on a replacement cycle for staff devices. So our teachers and our paraprofessionals, administrators and secretaries. Next year, it's the high school staff, but there's a rotation, and we do one building a year, so it's a 4-year cycle for that. Next year is just, we're replacing for our largest staff. So some of the ARPA money will be allocated for purchase of some of those Chromebooks. There's still money in the line, in that 4.19 budget for the rest of the Chromebooks that will still need to be purchased. Oh, and we also were allocated the new growth monies.
And the pavement.
An additional $50,000 that was taken from the DPW pavement management line.
Right.
So this was a slide that I shared back in late January, just to give people a sense of some of the drivers for this gap that we were seeing. Just some notes there in blue to update, the actual impact of the health insurance increase when it came in at the 5.7% was about 380, not the 500 that we were potentially looking at when we had early projections of a 10% increase. Some of the other factors driving up our budget are facility repairs. And you heard Mr. Heavey talk to you about that. He continues to dig into things that are problematic. He's troubleshooting and he's getting to the bottom of things and finding out what needs to be repaired and getting quotes for those repairs. Some of them that are not emergency, must do right now. He's holding those quotes. Other things are emergency, must do right now, and we've had to address them. But we know that there are some that we're going to need to be addressing next year. The other thing that we had talked about early on was a plan to move from 11 buses down to 10. At this time, D-Bus is insisting that it's just not viable. They're basing that on our total student enrollment because the policy is that anyone who asks to be transported by bus, we accommodate that ask. So they're basing that on our total enrollment, not on the actual asks that we get when the parents put in those transportation request forms. We will have those by early May. May 1st is the deadline. If I see that the numbers can be accommodated with 10 buses, I will push back on D and see if they could reassess their routes and manage to transport with just the 10 buses.
So there isn't a contractual requirement with D that because our policy is to transport anyone who wants to be there, that it's counted based on the total number of enrolled students?
There's nothing contractually.
Okay. So as long as we can prove to them we only need 10 buses because we only have 1,000 kids going, okay.
So this isn't factored then on, like, new enrollments or students that their parents dropped them off are now going to decide to take the bus next year? Because I would think that would be a hard dart to throw, to say how many kids are going to take the bus.
It is, but everybody has to submit their form by May 1st. We then have a roster with addresses that we give to D-Bus. They can then map out, these kids would be on bus route 10, route 6, ooh, there's too many kids on bus route 10. I need to make an adjustment to a route so that some of these kids could be picked up on a different bus. We do have to straddle that line. We can't totally fill a bus, because if we have move-ins along that bus route and they ask for transportation, we're gonna have to put them on. But the policy change did leave us a buffer of 60 days to accommodate that request for anything that came in after that May 1st deadline. Obviously, we do our best to get folks on as soon as possible, but we do have a little bit of buffer there, time to work out if there needs to be any shift to a bus assignment in order to accommodate additional riders. Because you might have a couple of kids in one household move in. They're all gonna be on the same bus. So we have a good working relationship with the office manager at D-Bus. And folks at my office work out those details pretty well.
So we actually had Monty Tech in here last night, and they are now down to 3 bus contracts. They were at 4 before. And I realize that they're spread out across 18 towns. It's not exactly an even thing. They did acknowledge that they have a difficult time. They see that there's a difficulty in getting bids for buses. But I'm still curious as to how they managed to pull 4 different companies to give them contracts, and then they've now had to reduce down to 3. So I know we're owned by D in this part of the state, but are there actually other companies in the area at all, or do they have a monopoly?
I believe NRT is branching out this way. I don't know how well established they've become in this part of the state, but we did not get any bids from them the last time. Maybe they're more firmly established this bidding cycle. Maybe we'll have another bid.
Can we suggest to them to bid, or do we have to just put it out there and hope that they see it?
I think for the most part, the companies generally know the timing of the cycle for bus contracts, and they start paying attention, December, January, because they know that's generally speaking the timeline that the bids will open.
Okay. And this is also partially catch-22 from having to redo the contract, because we were at 10 buses, but then there was a large public outcry about busing kids that were.
For a while I think we were at 10, and then we were up to 10 and a half because we had a higher ridership on the elementary run. So the buses go out, they pick up the middle high school kids, bring them, drop them off to school, go back out on their routes, pick up the K-5 kiddos, and then bring them to school. But we had more kiddos in the K-5, so we actually had an 11th bus just for that bus route. So there was a year that we were paying for 10 and a half buses. And then I think we were down to 10, and then ended up bumping up to 11.
With the change in policy of everyone's allowed to be bused.
Yeah, but the factor there too is that having the kiddos at extended day, morning and afternoon, at TCP, a couple of buses would swing up there in the morning, load kids on, and drop them down to the Turkey Hill and then the primary, and it would be the reverse in the afternoon. Kids would hop on the bus at school, and there'd be a couple of buses that would have extended day kiddos on them, and those buses would come up and drop the kids off at TCP. If if those programs are relocated back to a school, the kids don't need to hop on a bus. There are less bodies getting on the bus. And in the afternoon, we have a cap, and we generally fill to the cap, 75 kiddos in the afternoon. Most of our buses seat 77. That's practically a whole bus, which is why we were pushing back and saying that if we make this move, we think we can do it with 10 buses. I think the proof will be in the pudding. If I can actually demonstrate that the numbers are reduced, I might be able to leverage some of that. But right now, I don't have any leverage.
Okay, so at this point, you're not planning to push for the move? Okay.
I can't push for, I can't budget for just the 10 buses because I don't think I'm going to win this argument in the near term.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what the requests look like when they come in May.
Okay.
If they're well below, I could be in good shape to argue back.
Okay.
But right now, I don't have the leverage I need to win that argument. Okay, so there's lots of talk about the ESSER positions. On the left side, you see the positions that were paid from the ESSER grant this year. And an equal amount of cut to offset the loss of those funds. That's what's listed as the would-be identified ESSER cuts for next year.
This is the budget that's aligned with where you stand with town manager right now?
Yep, so these ESSER cuts, if you look at the yellow, the green, the pink,
The rainbow
or
sheet.
the blue budgets, if you look at the cuts listed across the bottom,
Okay.
there's a darker line that goes across in all of the budgets. These
Okay, those
cuts
are-
are
that's at
listed as
bottom.
the first tier of cuts in every budget.
Okay.
The 9.4 FTEs.
9.1, the ESSER cut, which is is it an 8.6 something? They're in that budget, they're in the needs budget, they're in the 4.19 budget, they're in the 2.94 budget. Every single budget, this is the first tier of cuts, consistent.
Okay.
With the position cut of the PE teacher for the primary school and the elementary school, what happens to PE?
So at the primary and elementary, most of their unified arts for the last three years have been shared. So one building will have their specials scheduled in the morning, and the other building will have their specials scheduled in the afternoon. So the teacher starts in one building in the morning,
Okay.
does their classes, has prep time, has lunch time, transition time to the next building, and has their specials classes in the other building in the afternoon. The phys ed class was the last one that was maintained at one full time in each building. So essentially, we're just moving to the same shared 50-50 model with the phys ed as well. We had one of those positions vacated this year, so we've already made that transition this year. We didn't hire the vacant phys ed position. We worked with the other phys ed teacher who was amenable to making that transition this year. So it's already in place.
Thank you.
And it's working well.
Thank you.
When are cuts announced to the teachers or to the union or however that works?
Yeah, so I feel pretty strongly that teachers shouldn't get the first inkling that their position is being cut when they're sitting in a public meeting and somebody else heard it and they pick up the phone and your position's being cut. That is just, so what happens is that we work really hard to figure out what are these cuts potentially gonna be? And before I take them to a public meeting, the individuals who are actually attached to these positions, we have had a conversation. Typically, it's the building principal. If it's a district-wide staff position that falls under special ed, Juliana would have that conversation. If it's connected to curriculum, Annika would have that conversation. When we were talking about custodial or maintenance cuts, Mr. Heavey would have that conversation. And we time that really tightly, just in advance of a list of positions being discussed at a public meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think on an individual basis, but that's not really my question. My question's more, when is it announced that these cuts are actually made?
So I give the staff updates along the way, because obviously a decision, a vote on a budget wasn't made until last night for the school committee, and that's when the budget hearing is, that's when they make their vote every year. And I can give the staff updates. Generally what I do is I send out a Zoom link. It's optional for anybody that wants to hop in and get the update. I explain where we're at with the process. I explain if you know, things are fluid, what's happening with that. I try to advise people that it isn't done until it's done. Things can change. You could be on a list, your position could be on a list in January, and by February, your position is no longer on the list because it's a cut that the school committee wasn't on board with, so it was taken off the list. So we do keep folks who are impacted in that way updated individually, but I also give the staff general updates about where we are in the process, what's happening, what do I think maybe the likelihood is of, you know, a certain tier of cuts happening regardless. So obviously the cuts that are on this particular ESSER list, they are cuts in every single budget. These folks we have had conversations with, and
Okay.
they know, because we also, if the reality is the position's gonna be eliminated, you want folks to be able to have time to pursue other employment opportunities. And we have lost a few folks this year who have taken jobs in other locations that they perceive to be more stable, less vulnerable.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So maybe it's the wrong time to ask the questions, but the ones that are on the bubble, whether it's on the other scenarios, and perhaps it's, you know, you get to full funding by either a Prop 2.5 override,
Yep.
or by some miracle, our legislation comes through and says, hey, you're right, Chapter 70 is messed up, and we are not funding you properly, right?
You dreaming?
That'd be something.
No, I'm pressuring.
1935,
I know.
I mean, 2035 maybe?
But
Can you make that happen?
I think you all should be making that happen by making a lot of calls.
I have
and
statistics
bringing
for you on that.
Chapter 70 up every time those three people are in this district, you know, campaigning,
Yeah.
okay? It's an election year. Let's be serious. But, again, my question just comes down to, there's a couple decision points that could be coming up
Yep.
related to funding, even if the 2.5 doesn't pass town meeting.
Yep.
So my question just goes towards, I think the budget is done by, I think it's like July 1st or something. When does that announcement make that, yes, finally, we have exhausted all hope, we have to eliminate this position?
Additional
So I
10
think for us,
positions.
Typically, the
Yeah.
final date on that has always been annual town meeting. Once the budget's voted, we know that's what's approved for the next fiscal year for us. That said, again, this budget cycle's been very different. I've advised folks with different updates along the way. some key meetings that are happening. I sent an update out early this morning about the vote that happened at the school committee last night. I let folks know that there's still an override that's going to move forward. I encourage any of our staff, not teacher, any staff employed in Lunenburg Public Schools, if you live in town, you really need to make it a priority to attend the town meeting this year. I'm at the town meeting every year, and I don't see a whole bunch of our staff usually at those meetings. So I'm making them aware. This is the date. A vote is going to happen on a budget, and a vote is potentially happening on an override. It's important, I think, that if you live in town, you should attend.
But the 10 to 12 additional positions beyond the level service minus ESSER, those people, because they're now people, they're not just numbers, those people have been at least notified that, hey, this is what the school committee voted on last night, this is what the town manager is currently at, you're still in limbo, but you should know at least by May 4th.
Yep.
Okay.
So, you know the rainbow sheet, and it's got all the different
I'm looking at it right now.
I share that with the staff too.
Okay.
So they know, and like I said, we presented our worst-case scenario at 2.5 back in January. We had a conversation with everybody who was on that list potentially back in January. And as things have evolved, some positions have come off the list entirely, and people have been advised, you know, these are not going to be positions that are cut. Everything's good. And then as things evolve, but we have more money, there's another budget being developed, you know, stay tuned. Again, that information is available for our staff. I do have conversations with the union leadership. They kind of get updates as I know things.
So what I heard from you, though, is that if at town meeting, we pass the budget that we're talking about here, as is, without any modifications on the floor or anything like that,
Yep.
right, which all could happen as well.
That's the 4.19, it's green, yep.
The green budget. We passed that and the 2.5 fails. What you're telling me is that you would go in that next week and start to have these conversations at its final, or you would wait until...
They already know beforehand that if that's the budget that passes at town meeting and the override is off the table.
Yeah, again, I know the conversation's happening before that. I got that, and that's the right thing to do, right, as a...
But I would send out a message and confirm which budget had been voted. And if the override vote is defeated, I would inform them of that as well.
So then if it passed...
If it passed, I would let them know that it passed.
Now we need to vote.
Right, and that it would be going to a ballot, and I would let them know, you know, the election date, and that we'd have results out to them as soon as possible.
But you'd hold out no hope that the final passed budget at the state level, which could put funds into Lunenburg, you'd hold out no hope on that.
So that's interesting. What would be the mechanism after a vote at town meeting if Chapter 70 monies were increased in the final state budget? Because that has happened before.
Yeah.
And our budget wasn't adjusted after the fact.
And that's why I asked that,
What would
because
the
I
mechanism be?
don't know, because I did look back through the years of it, and there was times when at the last moment in time, Chapter 70 was increased in the joint budget.
Right, and a couple years ago, we got a pretty good bump because we saw an increase in our low-income student population that factored into their funding formula, bumped us up in the threshold, and we got some additional funding through Chapter 70. But that year, our budget wasn't amended.
So
I
what,
don't know what the mechanism for that would be, since it's town meeting that votes the budget.
so we would have unallocated revenue, right? I'm kind of looking at town manager.
Special town meeting adjustments to our revenues after.
But that would come in like November.
Right.
Or you call a special town meeting if it's in between and you really need to allocate it.
Is there other ways to move budgets between?
Are we not able to simply say that education-based funding is appropriated regardless of what the final amount is?
No. It's got to be appropriated by town meeting.
I'd be curious to know how much the school department is owed. I'd be curious to know how much the school department is owed from past years with if the.
I don't know that it happened many times. It has happened, I did see it, where that final budget that came out of committee and was passed by the legislature was higher than the ones leading into it.
Right, but if that money is being allocated somewhere else, that's not allowed.
But did you follow through as to whether it got allocated in November? Because you're still in the same budget year.
No, I was literally just looking on the
Right,
mass
I
sites.
get that. I'm just asking that question because that would be the clarifying point.
I know that had happened 1 year during my tenure here, but during my tenure here, we've never had an adjusted school department budget, like after it was set at annual town meeting.
Okay.
Do we do that, is that included in the adjustment in the special town meeting? Help.
And yell at from the back of the room. So if you look at it from this perspective, if you're using Chapter 70 as your base of what's already in the school's appropriation, we fund the remainder of that portion through tax revenue and other sources. So that's automatically going to the school anyways. And look at this year as an example, the percentage increase this year in Chapter 70 funding is 1%, I think.
But you're basing that on the governor's recommendation.
Correct.
What I'm saying is that it has happened where coming out of committee, the legislature has increased our allocation from what the governor's budget said.
Correct, but we're already exceeding that amount every year going into the budget, because if you're building that into the base, as far as what that appropriation for the school is, we're far exceeding.
But your
Chapter
revenue
70.
estimate would be lower by that amount of money. Because your revenue estimate for Chapter 70
Correct,
today is
and there
based on the
could be
governor's
other
budget.
adjustments in state aid assessments as well. So those change as well, both on the revenue side and the assessment and charter and choice assessments and state and county charges.
But shouldn't those money be at least?
Those are just a revenue receipt.
Right.
We're voting at town meeting, local receipts as an estimate, that it's finalized in the fall before you set the tax rate. Those are submitted as part of the tax recap. So going into town meeting, those are all estimates besides your levy. You have your maximum that you can levy at town meeting.
It seems to me, though, that if Chapter 70 were increased by our legislature because they're listening to us, and maybe even the governor's listening because this has become a statewide problem, that there should be a mechanism to increase the school budget.
It would take
after-
another town meeting vote to make those adjustments.
Okay.
Could we go back for just a half a second on what Chris was trying to, I think, drill down to a little bit closer, was the question that I asked you a week or two ago, and that is that in the collective bargaining agreements, I know a number of years ago, there was a drop-dead date actually in those agreements that teachers needed to be notified. I understand you're doing it as you go, but there, my understanding is that there's a drop dead
They
date.
would have to have a formal letter notification by that date.
Right.
So we would have to follow up with any of these cuts by that date with a written notification. Essentially, that written notification, they could have as proof to go open up an unemployment claim. We do have to notify them June 1st.
June 1st, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So, looking at the list of ESSER cut positions and comparing it to the spreadsheet, there's an extra position on there, the
Yep.
guidance counselor for LMS LHS.
Yep.
And that position shows up in the pink and in the green, but lower down and not part of the ESSER cuts. Is that the newest one, or is this, which one do we go?
Back and double check the ESSER budget and make sure which ones we took out.
Okay,
Maybe it was just the one LMS that came out in the ESSER line.
because I have it right here.
Yes, it was just the LMS one that came out.
Okay,
Yep.
because that other one is down here. Okay, so it is 9.4 FTEs, it's not 10.4 FTEs with ESSER. Okay, and then the other question was, in the pink one, we have the music teacher reduction at THES, but on the green one, we have a paraprofessional.
Yep.
Is that a substitution? So if we are at 4.19, we keep the music teacher? But if we
So-
go to 5.44, we lose the music
So
teacher?
based on all of the conversation that's been part and parcel of all of our school committee meetings, public comment, question and answer periods, there's been a lot of advocacy to maintain the Turkey Hill teaching position intact so
Right.
that the band can be offered during the school day versus the plan we had to reduce the FTEs but offer the band before school or after school. Looking for a way to keep that position intact, I had to find a different offset for that value. So I had conversations with the principals, and Mr. Santry agreed that he could take another reduction of a paraprofessional in his building in order to support keeping that. So in order not to have too many confusing, I left the pink budget exactly as it
Got it.
was before. I have
Okay.
made no adjustments to it. However, that is an adjustment I would now make even to the pink budget.
Okay,
The music position is off the table. It's a
Okay.
paraprofessional position that would be cut. And further down in comparing the two
student
in the
custodian,
green,
right.
you'll see that there's a student custodian, the part-time summer positions that we had carried in the budget. Basically, we would hire a student and assign one to each school, so there'd be two at the middle high school. We also would pick one up for assisting our maintenance and grounds crew outside. In conversations with Mr. Heavey, thinking about that money, only providing some benefit for a handful of weeks in the summertime versus an equal value funding a part-time year-round custodian. He agreed, after talking to his team, that the greater benefit would be to keep the year-round part-time position and forego the student custodians for the summer. And that's a pretty even swap. So that is an adjustment I would now make to the needs budget, the pink budget as well.
So the pink budget will reflect 20.4 FTEs as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And the only reason that the 20.4 is different from the 19.7 is that I'm swapping dollar value, 0.3 of a teacher position, one full FTE of a para.
Okay,
That's why the number is off. It's the same number of positions, it's essentially pretty equal dollar value. But when I go back and make adjustments within the dollar value of the pink budget, those positions will be swapped out in the pink budget too.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot more sense. I was very concerned for a second. If we pass the wrong budget, we fire someone else. Okay.
Okay, so this is what I'm calling the town manager's revised budget, up to a 4.19. She took a look at numbers and there's a discrepancy somehow about 20,000. So I will get together with her and we'll check our numbers and figure out where that is off. It's off a little bit in our favor. She has the gap a little less than what I got the gap at, so that's good news. But essentially, the move came from starting with that 2.9, and then adding the new growth monies, adding the pavement management monies, gets us to that new bottom line.
I get that number as well. I match the town manager's number.
Okay, all right.
When I built it and worked it out and
Okay.
messed around with it.
All right, so we'll figure out where it's off and make the adjustment.
All right, I gotta ask, is there budgeting software that exists? Because doing this in Excel seems a little,
It's painful, is that what you were gonna say?
Come on.
is there not like some kind of municipal budgeting account software that exists?
I don't know, see, I inherited the magic file
Yeah,
that had all of these formulas, and it's really frustrating to me that it rounds and then, how did it jump up $2? I didn't add $2. But it does all this rounding behind the scenes, and it's just so frustrating to me.
because you've got to move to Office 365.
So, I don't know.
Okay,
But somehow I'll figure out what the gap is.
it's a summer topic.
And we'll make that adjustment. Happily, it'll be an easier adjustment since it's in our favor, so it's a good. So additionally, again, earlier this week, the select board voted to allocate ARPA monies to the school department. Originally, there had been an allocation of $101,640 for a sidewalk project that the school department had advocated for that would provide a walk from this school campus area up to Marshall Park. Because that project hadn't yet been initiated, the select board was amenable to allowing the school committee to ask to reallocate it to fund some of those projects, the 911, the security upgrades for the network, and the Chromebooks.
Can all of those
And-
projects be completed by September 1st? I think it's September 1st is when, or June, no, next year, 25, 26?
It's committed by December 31st
This year.
of this year, but spent by December 31st.
Got it, okay.
Yep.
So there's some time.
We have the quotes for the network upgrades. We've got the quotes for the 911 upgrades. And it's really quick and easy to get an order in the queue for the Chromebooks as well. We won't have any problem
Okay.
getting that done. And that's just a breakdown of the costs of the different items that will be funded. The purchase of the Chromebooks, again, that 75,000 figure is not a full purchase of all the Chromebooks that we have to purchase, but it's about 3/4 of the cost
Okay.
of the purchase for grades 6 and 9. Again, that's just a quick, at a glance, look at it. And no matter what you're looking at, whether it's the 4.19 or the needs-based budget that the school committee voted to support last evening, it includes the Chapter 70 funding that came from the governor's budget, which doesn't, the Chapter 70 funding does include the loss of the Smart Growth, the 40S monies. It does factor in all of our bargaining agreements, all our contracts with all of our employees, the health insurance increase, and the green budget has been adjusted to reflect the most updated enrollment in health insurance for our employees as of March 15th. When I go back and make adjustments to the pink budget, I will update those as well so that it's equal. Our transportation increases are in there, and the utility cost increases are in there in both of them as well. What's not included in the town manager's green budget, I pulled out the 911 compliance, the network upgrades, and that dollar value for the Chromebooks. And just to note, I did not make any adjustments to the pink budget yet, so those lines, if you look side by side, you'll see that those project costs are still in those lines in the pink budget.
So that.
You made changes to the blue budget?
I can make changes.
No, I asked if are there changes?
I haven't made any changes to the blue budget, but
Isn't the blue budget the basis of the override value?
Yes.
yeah, basically the blue budget was taking everybody that we have employed right now, rolling them forward with all of their, contractual increases. And the expense lines were funded as they were requested. So there were no edits. If Mr. Heavey asked for a certain dollar amount, if Juliana Hanscom filled lines with a certain dollar amount, if Principal Santry filled out his, I made no adjustments. Those lines reflect what was requested for each department. And then minus the ESSER positions. And when we actually went in, the first iteration of an ESSER budget that I gave you just took the total salary off the bottom line of salaries. We didn't take the time to go in and decide which people and actually pull the actual salaries out. But when we did that, because that's what they wanted to target for the override, we went in and actually made those cuts, which more of those folks were carrying health insurance, so we pulled that out. And there's also a salary reserve line in there that's a formula based, so anytime the groups that are involved with that salary reserve, so we're bargaining with the paras and the teachers. If I pull a para out, the salary reserve is reduced. If I pull a teacher out, the salary reserve is reduced. So we saw the actual salaries come out, we saw the salary reserve go down, and we saw the health insurance cost come down as well. So that is reflected in the blue version of the budget that you're seeing there.
Yeah, I
Cuts.
don't necessarily need a full explanation of it. I guess my question just comes down to, are we changing what we are now, the request for what's going into the 2.5 override ballot and question?
Yep. So I think if you can screen share the...
We don't have to look at it now, I'm just...
Yep. So it's the gap between the 4.19 budget.
Before we ask that question, I want to make sure that I have the right number. So the one, I want to make sure, so I pulled up 23,837,094. Is that the town manager's number or the school committee number?
So
because I matched this one, no, before we get to the override, the FY '25 4.19,
We approved last night
yep,
is the pink.
at 23837,094.
I don't have it in front of me because I.
Pink is 24 million.
No, yeah.
Okay.
They approved
24
They
million.
approved the,
1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 8, the 5.44%.
okay. So if that's the case, then I do see the differential of as $64,000,
Okay,
not as 44.
okay.
So I just want to get to that part first. 'Cause-
That's where it's off. The differential should be 41,360 and 55 cents. It's because the 2.94 doesn't reflect my preliminary.
Okay.
FY '24 base number is not the same?
Can we come back to
Speaking of the mic.
figure this all out?
Recommended
What?
preliminary budget
Speaking to the mic.
isn't the same as your 2.94.
Okay, so your dollar
Imagine.
value of 2
One would imagine.
is different from
Yes.
mine.
Oh, you're looking it up.
I was, because this is something that I work with every day, I specialize as I implement this.
So,
But
let me, I'll get with you to make sure we have the same number for that. Thank you. So the override number is the dark purple.
This-
The gap from the level service minus ESSER.
$1,012,950.
Right, and that's the gap between the green budget
Mm-hmm. And the blue
and
budget.
the blue budget. And that's the dollar value that they approved for the override last night.
And the blue budget has those removals of the monies that the select board approved.
No.
Okay.
ARPA monies, any ARPA monies, I have not gone back and removed
Mm-hmm.
from the pink budget
So
or
we
the
need
blue
to take
budget.
that out of the.
Or the
budget.
green budget, but you have
The
removed,
green budget is the only one that has those ARPA.
okay, but because you're
funds
comparing
pulled out.
pink to blue, it doesn't matter. Okay.
But that's my point, right? I don't know what happened at school committee last night, because no offense, I was not watching it.
They voted that one. They voted pink.
Okay, but, which is only a slight delta between the two of them?
$64,000.
Okay, so-
$44,000. $41,000.
Okay, so somehow to get to a balanced
Her
budget,
math's better.
so somehow to get to a balanced budget, we need to come up with $41,000 somewhere.
Correct.
Okay,
Needs-based.
Correct.
if, for the needs base, okay. But
They're
now,
taking donations.
41,000, let's pretend this pink is right. Somewhere between then pink and blue is what the override value would be,
Which is purple.
but I don't think that that's the right calculation.
It is, because they didn't remove anything from pink or blue for the ARPA funds. So they mirror each other. Just between, the only difference between them is the ESSER cuts.
I'm sitting here biting my tongue a little bit because this is, the financial management component of this, the bookkeeping of it, is my wheelhouse, and there is a better way to do this, although that may be a little forward for me to say. I have many jobs, Kate, but it's also said with,
See, the challenge for me is that there have been so many versions of this put out. I absolutely could have gone into the pink and to the blue and made all these adjustments, and then people would be like, well, what happened? The ESSER was supposed to be 8.62. How did it get to be a different? It gets super I would be able to keep up with what I've done.
I'm just saying there's a better,
It's so much harder to keep.
but there's
everybody else.
softwares for very, very, very small amounts of money that could help you do this easier than the format that it's in. And I don't know if that's allowed, because I don't know the rules, but I'm just saying, there's easier formats that pull out details and comparisons, and you're putting all those numbers in, and you're not, checking formulas, and like, it's hard for me to sit here and not say this, although it's not relative to the override. It is delightful.
I wish I had back in October.
maybe it's something that you need going forward, though, that would alleviate a lot of questions, because it would be a little bit more comprehensive and potentially a little bit more mathematically accurate. And I think, and this is, just take this for what it is, it's just very black and white, but I think when an educational department is presenting, it reflects better on you to have more solid, comprehensive details and numbers. So I say that respectfully.
Yes, I know.
Yes, but there is a better way to do this, because this is chaotic on here.
And it's basically going to cause problems. I mean, we already had a case where we double counted it with negative number, I can't remember, a little while ago. So, and I remember a few years ago in, I think it was Princeton or something like that, they were using an Excel spreadsheet and they messed up and they were $1 million behind, and people got all upset for good reason. So, yeah, I agree. We need to get, or we should look at getting some software that we can take a little while to get it up and running, but I think then you can have the numbers and then it'll be easier to do all the things, because the softwares that I have used in the past, you know, oh, what if we try this example, and boom, 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 and it comes out, and you go like, oh, okay, and then try that. This is very difficult, and I'm trying to read it on a much smaller screen than my cohorts here, but still, it's hard to hope that these numbers are accurate. You know, I mean, I hope they are. I'm sure you've double-checked them, but it's easy to make a mistake.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I would say that we have done a lot of double checking, triple checking, having
Right.
randomized, double check the count and everything else, because.
Which is a waste of time if the software won't allow you to do that. I mean, so.
I think our recommendation, our report should recommend.
That's one we can all agree on.
Yes.
Okay,
So if I had to add another line.
Yes.
Please do send it my way.
But I guess my key for tonight was kind of two things. One, or maybe three things. One, I wanted to thank everyone involved, school committee, town manager, everyone involved that got involved in getting to where we are today, right? Okay. And a vote last night. So I wanted to understand how the vote last night was aligned, or what the delta was from the alignment on a balanced budget. And it sounds like the vote on the PANC is within $41,000 of a balanced budget. I am sure we can find that somewhere.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Right.
Or whatever, we got to deal with that. So now we have a $41,000 problem related to what the school department in the town has worked out. But then I also wanted to say, what then becomes the ramification of that towards what was prior voted on as the $1,070,000, I think it was, override budget? And whether those things that were removed were dealt with through ARPA and other things helped to reduce that number, because my opinion is going forward with a 7-digit override number is a much harder ask than a 6-digit override number. And one closer to 5 or 6, meaning $500,000 or $600,000, may be more palatable to a lot of people. So my question just is based on all the math that's in here and at 10:30, working a full-time job and many 4-hour meetings, what now is that, do we believe is that override number?
The thought behind the override number was that if we went for a 500,000, 600,000, or we were looking at 700,000 override number, the problem is we're doing this all over again next year because there's not enough to raise the base. Because we've got to account for the Chromebooks because they're reoccurring. We've got to, you know, in the budget, there's very little room for maintenance. So we have something break, we're in trouble. Better in the pink budget than the green budget. But we have a breakage of something, we've got a big problem. If we have a child move in deservingly needing $100,000 out-of-district placement, we're in big trouble. The suggestion, and actually Mr. Franco made the suggestion a couple of times last night, the suggestion was to not, like, to pretend the ARPA funds weren't there, and to put them, to keep that amount, so that we're not back here again next year with this same problem.
So it'd be about $1 million. So what do we do, so if it passes, we have $1 million override.
Yep.
What do we do with the extra $221,000 this year, for fiscal year '25?
That's already removed.
Extra.
Right, I mean, but we have that, we are saying we are going to be, we're doing an override, that means we are going to be taxing the people $221,000 for something, for this year, we're gonna, for fiscal '25, right? Because that's what we're doing the override for, so the money has to go somewhere. Now, we could put it in a rainy day fund or something like that, but I don't think we want to do that. That doesn't make any sense to say, let's tax you, and then we're gonna put it in a rainy day fund for next year when we're not gonna do it. It's a hard, I mean, to me,
Pink and the blue is 7.
we're all, you looked at the history from February till now, we've all been doing this forever.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of people are gonna be going, what? We're doing a what? And they're not gonna know the first thing about it. So someone says to them, yeah, it's $750 to pay for this year, and $221 is gonna be so that we can get more money next year because of the, what? It's gonna be a hard sell. So I don't know if that's, I mean, and ultimately, if you want it to pass, you want it to pass. So you gotta figure out how to present it the way you need to do
It's
it.
a real difficult thing to get a number on. I think the figure was 791 something, that we looked at first. And then Mr. Beardmore talked about adding the ARPA funds back in. And is that the difference? 791 plus the ARPA funds brings us to that 1 million.
Probably, yeah, sounds about right.
Because the problem is maintaining.
Right, I understand that
That's what the
portion of it,
difficulty
because we want to
is.
start next year at a higher level, so that 2.5 over that is a little bit more, so that
Is
we can.
more so that we're not
And
doing this
honestly,
again.
I don't think it'll be a problem for Mr. Heavy.
To find, there definitely would be places for that. You ask a very legitimate question, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, I just don't know where, I mean, that would be, again, I could just imagine some of my friends who would be going like, okay, so explain to me where that $1 million is going. And I say, well, we're gonna have $750,000 to do all this for this year. And then $221,000 is we're not gonna spend this year, but, so you're gonna tax me this year extra and not spend it this year. Why are you taxing?
Well,
Well,
no,
we
you
need it
have
for
to
the
spend
year
it
after
this
and the year after.
You have to spend it this year. We do not have capabilities of saving money from year to year.
Well, then
yeah,
it becomes free cash.
Well, then it
free
becomes
cash, or
free
you can put it in,
cash.
or you can put it in
It
a
wasn't
rainy day
spent.
fund or something like that.
We
You can-
can't put it in a rainy
Well,
day fund. can we?
Stabilization.
Well, it's, yeah.
You raise a good question. The point in doing it was, there were two sentiments in the room. One was to the 791 that we discussed. The other one was, that's not enough. If you're gonna make
Right.
one run in an override, make sure that you're not gonna be back in the same deep sneak as the next year. So those were the two sentiments that were running in the room. And the $1 million was what was voted.
I do.
And that's what I have
I'm
for an
waiting. I want to ask my
explanation,
question first.
because that's what happened.
So that's what is going to be as a warrant at the town meeting.
It is my understanding, unless the select board makes a change in that number, there's a meeting on Tuesday night, and there will be school committee members there will be select board people there, and I'm sure that the parents working on the override will be there. I imagine they could make that change. I don't know logistically.
Right.
I don't have another meeting to change
Yeah.
the number.
Right. Well, to me, it would be a question of, I understand the finances, what you're trying to accomplish. On the other hand, you got to sell it.
Well, yes, I
People have to buy, people have to say yes, and I just have a hard time.
We were doing this about 24 hours ago. the same
Yeah, so,
discussion.
okay, so you've had that, I was here doing what we're doing now.
Doing the other discussion last night at this hour.
And we're going, what are they talking about over there? Is the light still on?
That's what we were talking about.
So, okay, so.
That was the decision
have-
made,
right.
honestly. Whether it's the right decision or not, I guess we will find out. But
So the
that-
select board will discuss it and kind of
So-
figure out what to do.
For the green, the pink, and the blue, which one of those has had the ARPA funding removed from it?
The green.
Only the green. Then your number isn't $1 million. Your number is in the 700,000s. Because if you're doing the differential between the level service minus ESSER and the 4.19 budget,
Right.
the 4.19 budget has had the ESSER positions removed. They're still in, or the ARPA, excuse me, not the ESSER positions, the ARPA funds have been removed, reduced from the 4.19. They're still in the 8.62. So that differential is,
But what they said is last night when
That
we
was
were-
done purposely.
Yeah, they did that on purpose. They
That was
said,
done on
take the
purpose.
delta and add back in the ARPA funded,
so that
so
you,
that we have a buffer in the future.
So we
Which-
could.
but that's not what's needed then at that point.
Right.
What's needed is $726,000.
That was the discussion. That was the discussion, Evan.
So,
That-
That's what he's been talking about.
That we have this 791 or this 1 million whatever, the 12,000, the number that you had. That was the discussion, was which way to go, with the thought that,
Mr. Beard is raising his hand.
oh, Mr.
He has been for a while. I was letting the conversation in the room happen first before we went to Peter.
we're torturing
So,
him.
is that what you're doing, torturing him? He's hoping I'm
Back at
explaining this
11:30.
right. But the point made was, you're not gonna get an override 2 years in a row.
Right.
So if this override goes and it's not enough, then what happens?
So what's the justification for the ARPA funds? As Mr. Gray said, what's the sell?
Justification was because we will always have major maintenance things, which were the money for the 911 and the money for the network security. Stuff like that is gonna happen. Take one look at the football field. We're gonna have major expenses like that. The Chromebooks recur every year. Those expenses will show up again the next year. That is the justification.
Okay. Mr. Beardmore, I think
Now
you've,
see
you've
if I
been,
got it
you've been
right.
tortured long enough.
Oh,
Thank you.
Gage?
Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street. I think there's been a lot that's been misportrayed, and I understand that it's late, and as it was last night. And frankly, I wish the numbers in the pink and the blue columns were a lot clearer, and that this was extremely well messaged and organized, and it isn't. Largely because the numbers have changed on almost a daily basis over the last 2 weeks, as a number of admittedly creative options have come up to help close the gap. The school committee voted for the pink column last night based on pretty clear reasoning. The first was that was characterized as the absolute minimum amount of money that was needed, the needs-based, to operate the schools without massive disruption. We are still looking at massive cuts, but we can do this without, we can still continue to operate children effectively, not as effectively as we would like to, and possibly losing a lot of the momentum that we would otherwise have at a level services or a level services minus ESSER in that pink column. However, When you look at the green column, and again, I appreciate the ARPA money. ARPA is one-time money. So it fails to establish any basis to go forward. Already in that ARPA funded option that is outlined in the green option, we have nearly $100,000 of Chromebooks that we are going to have to spend money on next year. So that puts us roughly $100,000 behind the 8 ball in next year's budget. We just learned that we're about to get a pretty substantial increase in natural gas. We know that we have a busing contract. We have 2 very large collective bargaining agreements coming up. We are going to be behind the 8 ball already going into next year. And one-time money in the form of $220 some odd thousand in ARPA money is going to further set us back. We maintain over $100 million in facilities and grounds. So if you think that something like a 911, emergency phone system, or other one-time expenses, we have deferred maintenance expenses right now. Our facilities director was in at our last meeting that exceed the deltas that we're talking about right now. And our maintenance budget, our maintenance ask next year is likely to probably be double in one-time spending that we're seeing this year. And so, and then another thing is, as close as we've come, despite all of the negotiating that has happened over the last 2 weeks, and there have been multiple meetings between the chair of the school committee and the superintendent and the chair of the select board and the town manager, despite all of the meetings that have occurred, the town manager couldn't see her way to close somewhere between a $40,000 and $60,000 budget. And everybody here knows that things like local receipts have been extremely conservatively estimated. And so it was my judgment, and I think the judgment of the other members of the school committee, that the pink budget was the appropriate way to go, to establish a budget with a basis that could be not only get us through the next year, but also a budget basis to continue us into the future. And the rationale behind the override number, which was roughly $1 million, is the delta between the budget basis of the green, currently what the town manager has offered and proposed to put on the warrant, and a level services minus ESSER budget. So how do we get to the point that we thought we would be at the end of ESSER monetarily? That's the reasoning that we came to at roughly 10:30, 11 o'clock last night. This isn't a matter of saving money for next year or putting money in an override that we don't have a plan to spend. There is ample opportunity to spend money just on our facilities and maintenance. We haven't even begun to talk about the disaster that's occurring in the track and field facility. I could go on and on, but let's keep our eye on the ball at 10:48 at night. Back to what I talked to you guys about a month ago and a month and a half ago, we are reacting to a situation where a proposal was made that was tone deaf and offensive. And we are trying to get to a point where it is neither of those things. And the school committee and our staff have been working tirelessly. What you are looking at, I believe, the green line represents budget number 9 that the superintendent has prepared. And at least 7 of those budgets, by my count, were requests from the town manager, or perhaps requests between the town manager and the chair of the finance committee, I'm not sure. But this budget clearly needs some adjustments, and will continue to need adjustments, and will continue to need to negotiate over the course of the next month or two. But this budget represents, the pink budget represents the absolute bare minimum. And I don't think one-time funding, and I don't think that a gap of a paltry $40,000 is acceptable. And I think that the finance committee should stand on that ground as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I appreciate what's been talked about here, and I think we need to look at the green, the pink, and the blue updated with all the right additions and subtractions made to them and deal with actual, there's some 41,000, maybe it's off by 20, whatever it is. We gotta get it right, okay? But we also need to understand the rationale behind the override figure that was obtained. Because that's gonna be what we're gonna talk about and probably argue about, and we're probably gonna have a lot of things that should require intervention by that team that you mentioned earlier, because we're gonna get irrational about things as a town, and we're gonna have behavior problems. But there's gonna be $1 million, 70, or maybe it's 730K. We should have a crisp answer between the select board, who's ultimately gonna put a number on a piece of paper, the school committee, and then us as a finance committee, in which we can make a recommendation on. And our recommendation, which was requested, be made sure that it's put in the warrant, we have to come up within about a week, with a hearing in the middle there, some budgets that we haven't even seen yet. So that's what, again, we have gone till 11 o'clock. We didn't need to tonight, for what I was looking for, because I was looking for kind of some crisp things. There's no doubt you guys have scrutinized this budget. There's more scrutiny on this budget than I think has ever happened, right? And it's good, right? Okay, it is good. In this scrutiny between the municipal side of government and the school side of budget, in discussions that we've never really done, and that's good. But we also talked about yesterday, when everyone was at the school committee meeting, right? And we didn't have an audience. We also talked about the need for 10 years of planning. We need to really plan operations in capital, in infrastructure, and everything that's needed. And to rush forward with $1 million, we're gonna be going forward soon with a debt exclusion article that's gonna be, 8 figures, high 8 figures probably, right? So let's just, I know everyone's tired. We all need a timeout, right? But I just want to understand going into what it is that the select board ultimately is going to put on the ballot, that it all ties out. I think I got my answers tonight. There was good discussion, the rationale for how to build up the budget, what you're seeing as trends, in the school. I think this would move us towards filling some gaps, going higher than the 2.97 or the 2.5 that you've historically got, to filling, some of the needs. Understand there's still cuts, right? Got it. But we can't count on a 2.5 override, and we can't have, the Beacon Hill miracle is probably not gonna happen. So those are gonna be the next month's worth of discussions. So we gotta start off on a solid foundation, and time is short on what those values are gonna be.
I think there is at least a little bit of an understanding as to what those values are, at least in terms of what we're getting. I mean, we have 11 FTEs right there. That's half of it. That's $400,000, $417,000 is the salary difference between green and blue. 600,000, just under 600,000 is the difference in expenses, general expenses. So you're getting services and you're getting salary. That's what the override is doing. It's maintaining those services and the services' salaries.
So at the end of the day, with the numbers you're sitting over there talking about for the last half hour, we haven't addressed the town side shortfalls going into this override proposal. It was my understanding that we were going to try our damnedest to get to a balanced budget before town meeting, and then spend the next year doing the deep dive to get the right number to bring both the town side and the school side into an override that sets us up for a long period of time. I don't agree with what we're talking about here right now at all, but that's my position.
Well, regardless of what we agree about, this is what's happening. There is an override article that the select board is putting on the ballot, is putting on the warrant. It's happening regardless of whether or not we want.
Well, it's going to happen, but it's not going to pass if you keep
Well, I mean,
spending an hour to figure out what it is. Because people are watching these videos and they can't figure it out. Why should we vote for it?
I think I understand.
You have to go to town meeting with a solid, well-versed override, or you've got no chance whatsoever of squeaking it through.
and I agree.
I personally think you don't have a chance of squeaking it through right now.
I agree you need the solid, well-versed answer. And I think fighting against the powers that be to stall and to hold this back as much as humanly possible has caused us to be in this position. Having an agreed-upon approach to this is what should have happened from the start. Complaining about, oh, it's never been done before, and oh, they always fail, and oh, Lunenburg can't do this, and oh, no one's going to vote for it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't help the process. It's just whining. And I've seen it on multiple boards and committees, and it's sad. If we want to actually get this, if we want to do anything, then just have the conversation and do it. We can figure out the numbers.
Can I just recommend that we not debate the merits of the override, but that we aspire to get to numbers that everyone is understanding on, that arrive towards a balanced budget going into town meeting, because there's still some deltas in there. And then we have the further discussions between now and town meeting. And we'll probably be there at midnight on town meeting too, so.
Someone will move the question.
You can have a
Don't
good
worry.
bake sale that day to maybe make up some of the override. But I do think that,
Lunches, they'll be available.
I do think we need to get to facts and understanding of why certain numbers are, and ultimately what select board decides to put on as that number.
We have two things. We have the budget, the non-override budget. That, I think, is pretty close to being where it is. I think the school board has agreed on it. It just, we got to get the numbers together. I think that's pretty clear. The override issue, I understand where the school board was coming from, but like I said, as Peter was talking about, you need to present, say we want $1 million, just throw a number out. Okay, well, what is it going to be used for? As our chairman was saying, well, this is this, and you got to, well, the others is going to be what? Well, we're going to do all this work on the buildings for this year, and then next year we'll have, and then this is what our, we'll have enough money to do next year, so we won't need an override. That's the point. That's what we have to, and I think the select board, along with the school committee, probably will, and probably with help from many others, including people from this committee, will have to discuss that at the select board meeting and maybe even a town meeting. But I agree with our chairman. It's pretty obvious we need to do something, and to not do anything is probably not a good thing for the community. And, we just need to do something. We need to do something to preserve the momentum that we've had in doing the right thing. And it's going to be a discussion that will happen between the time the select board finalize it and that warrants go out until May in the annual meeting. And there'll be a lot of talk. And I'm going to suggest that the town maybe want to do some educational things. So, because I see Facebook and others, there's a lot of BS goes out. Oh, they're going to use I already heard. Well, they can use the money whatever they want to use it for. And they're going to do this. And, it's just like, yeah. No, let's talk about what's real. And I think more education, people can make the decision. And if the decision is they don't want to, then that's fine. But if it is, at least it's based on facts, not on made-up BS that goes out.
I think we should skip the rest of the agenda.
I have to agree with that. And I think offering, one of the main points that Mr. Gray just said that I really agree with is the education to the town. Mr. Lou Franco, I really hope I say this correctly, came to one of our meetings and he said, I am a radical democratizer. A radical democratizer. Thank you. And it's whether you agree with the override or you don't agree with the override, if it's your argument or your case to make it clear, make it thoughtful, and have a point to stand on. And I think that's a message that we could possibly all agree on. And it's not about what one person believes and what one person thinks. It's about what the town wants, and the town is going to have the opportunity to vote on it one way or the other. So I think bringing out all that information to the table and being as clear as possible, no matter how I feel about it personally, it's going to present that best case for everyone. And educating the town is a really big part of that. How does this affect the people that don't have children in the school district? How does it affect those folks? How does it affect people if the elementary school all of a sudden has a major catastrophe and the kids can't go to school anymore because there's no building for them to go to school in? What happens? That's going to have impact on everyone across the board. These are all points that need to be brought up over time, and something that Mr. Menard said today, there needs to be capital planning, long-term planning about how that we can avoid this. And I still can't wrap my head around Mr. Heavy's numbers on here, and I say that because I don't know how he can maintain these buildings for that much money. I don't. But the schools aren't the only buildings in the town either. And it's about looking at the budget as a whole. The roads, the schools, the elderly community, sewer, all of it. And my understanding of our position on here is to try to ask the right questions so that the town is educated, so that they can make an informed decision. Transparency. So the one thing that I will say I absolutely believe in is education and transparency. So that's part of the reason that I ask these questions, because I don't know the answers to all of them, but it's also, someone said this on this board, maybe it was Mr. Passios, I think it was Mr. Passios, he said, don't ever be afraid to ask questions, because if you don't know the answers to them, there's other people out there that don't know the answers either. So that is the position I have on the conversation we're having.
You just, if I could, just very quickly, you made one point that really struck in my head when you said it. And you were talking about that this process needs to be all-inclusive. And at this point, it's not. If we go forward with what we've talked about tonight, it goes back to my point that it does not take into account the issues that we have on the town side. So, the comment was just made that it needs to be holistic, but we're pushing a non-holistic path forward. That's my point.
I think we're pushing a non-holistic path forward because there has been a narrative put forward that the town side is fine. Everything's rosy and it's great.
Yeah, and that's why we have town buildings falling down around us, and we need $30 million in the next 2 years for exempted borrowing, and we need $6 or $7 million for Marshall Park. And I don't even have the rest of the list.
Salaries, and yeah, I could not agree more. I think this should have been a townwide override from the beginning, and I've said that from the beginning. There has been a pushback and a narrative put out there that the town side is fine. The towns are great. This is all a school issue. This isn't our problem. We're great. And it's ridiculous. Every single department head that has come before us, with the exception of maybe the library, has said that they need additional funding.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ridiculous situation that we're in, and we're here, I hate to say by design, but we're here by design.
Seems to me we're just triaging it, right? And right now, the biggest wound is with the school.
That's also
Okay?
true.
So you triage this year, but at some point, we gotta fix it.
We do.
And I would recommend that, I got everything I need out of the school presentation. And I think everyone's followed enough, and it's 11:05 at night, and at some point, we gotta stop having 4-hour meetings, so.
It starts in April. I'm going to hold, Mr. Beardmore and Mr. And TJ, I'm going to hold off on any more comments because we have been talking about this for 45 minutes.
I think you should let TJ.
Well, TJ, we're going to do public comment.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. I'm not going to skip public comment, but I want to hold off on this conversation and give the superintendent, do you want to, I mean, is there much more that we want to get through that you feel is important? This is the,
Can I ask a quick question?
of course, ask a quick question.
Is there a cutoff time for tonight? Because I have to wake up in 4 hours.
I was thinking sometime around
Tonight?
2.
Well, today ends in 56 minutes. So.
Right. Chris and I were just talking about not finishing much after this one, kind of going through public comment and then.
So can we say like hard stop 11:30? Is that, can I ask that?
Sure. You can ask anything you want. Ask any questions.
You can always adjourn whenever you make a motion, if someone
Yeah.
seconds it.
Can I make a motion that we end and adjourn this meeting at 11:30 PM?
Second.
Any discussion?
Aye.
Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeone?
Aye.
Aye.
Didn't even get to you. Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye again.
And I suppose an aye for myself. Really wanted to break the record again. Okay.
There's nothing of real importance on any of the remaining slides.
Okay.
I know that there was a question relative to the numbers of staff in the different categories. If somebody has that question, just email me directly. I can send you numbers. If you have any other questions about any of the colors of the rainbow on this, happy to answer. Send the email to me directly. And if you want to come in and have a conversation, because you think that will be more beneficial, then that's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
We can schedule a time.
Yeah,
for us to come in.
I have sent you that email request for the positions for certain specific salary lines. And the reason is because I've plotted out, I don't know if you can see behind you, I've plotted out all the increases for where they are. And just to kind of get an idea as to how we're looking, because I love graphs. And this takes out the two biggest ones of transportation. It doesn't take, insurance and teacher salaries. When you add those two back in, it gets, you can't even see the bottom.
Can I request right now, can you just email that to me? Because I would like to see that information. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, I think with that, I'm going to open it up to public comment, but I would like to remind the public that this is public comment, it's not public conversation. So if there is a question that would like to be asked of the superintendent or the school committee chair, just please ask it through me, and it'll kind of be discretionary, I think, at that point as to whether or not, I obviously don't want to have a long-term discussion with this, but I'm happy. And we have a hearing coming up next week where that is designed to happen, that conversation. With that, Mr. Laughlin.
Hey all, let's see if I can get this camera to work. Thanks for taking my question or comments here. TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. So I heard some things tonight that is sort of a trend. You know, I hear you guys are data folks and like trends, but I'm seeing a common trend. I think this is the fourth meeting where I've heard people say they don't know what it is they're looking at, and they don't know the facts. They can't see the facts, and people need to come back with the facts. Before I say more on that, the second piece is education and info to the public, right? I've heard a few people say we need to educate. It was said at last night's school committee meeting. It's said by a couple people here tonight. Educate the public. There's misinformation. People don't understand what's going on. How can we do that? How can we educate the public when none of it is being stabilized? You guys are all the stabilizers of the information. We'll share it. You're asking us start a campaign to educate. We can't start a campaign until we have something to campaign on. We can't educate until we have something to educate on. And those are the numbers. This select board has said, we're not going to engage until we have the number. When is that number going to be stabilized? Every time the school committee and Mrs. Burnham, Dr. Burnham, put something out there, it gets undermined and rediscussed. How can we do what you're asking? And you have the budget sheet, I said, line by line. I'm going to ask you guys, stop saying you don't understand what's going on and start asking direct questions, right? Direct questions. What is it? What information is missing? Because the ARPA question was answered by Mr. Beardmore. There's your 200K that you had the question about. Evan answered other questions about the budget, and there was still not consensus that facts are in front of you. Which facts are missing? Like, please ask the questions about the facts, because it's now March 21st. We're actually past deadlines. The deadlines have already been waived, actually. We're past deadlines. So now's the time to ask direct questions, right? And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop, is this is the second meeting that I've heard, or maybe the fifth, I can't tell by this point. The process is not all-inclusive. Well, why isn't it? I sat in a meeting on FinCom where you guys all half voted that FinCom wasn't to be involved with the override. So who, and it's a question that was asked last night by Anastasia Grady, who is responsible to make it an inclusive process? Because the select board has not acted. You guys have not acted. Are you asking Dr. Burnham to do it? Are you asking the school committee to do it? Nobody is saying who should be making this inclusive, but everybody is throwing salt and fire at this without taking action and making it inclusive. You're the leaders. Make it inclusive, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Beardmore.
Thank you. Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street, speaking for myself. I have a question before I make my comment. Have you folks heard anything about the salary administration plan or the salary gap that was discussed a few weeks ago, or what effects that might have on the budget?
We received that information this afternoon. I have it open on my computer, and that's as far as I've made it into it.
So you don't even have a rough idea at this point in terms of what that actually means?
Nope. Not a clue.
Okay. What we're seeing here is the MO of the town manager. And my question is who is going to hold her responsible? We've known for months and months and months and months that we have massive pay issues in our town. We were losing hundreds of hours per week due to vacancies over the course of the last year. Part of the budget increases in the library and the Council on Aging are point increases to retain key employees because we're underpaying them, so we're adjusting their hours and adding benefits. And that has been done on the backs of the school department. This was a plan that was made prior to the beginning of February by the chair of the select board and the town manager to shift that burden onto the school department. And we have spent the last 2 months arguing about this, and the town manager has dragged her feet and come up with creative ideas around ARPA and one-time spending, and can't find a way to increase local receipts by $40,000 to get to a point where we have an absolute minimum budget. The town is a mess. This is not a school department problem. It is a problem that has been shifted onto the school department thanks to our leadership. And somebody needs to hold them, her in particular, responsible. The reason why the numbers are coming in at the last minute, the reason why the pink column and the blue column don't match up with the green column is because the numbers were landed on Monday and voted on Tuesday. And Tuesday and then Wednesday, excuse me. So this should have happened in January, folks, or before. And you're absolutely right, and the criticism is well warranted. One final comment. Last night, somebody in a fit of frustration said something that really hit me. which is, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's something about a microphone and a stage that gets people thinking that they're very philosophical and self-righteous. And I understand that it's late at night, but we're all fighting over scraps here. And I absolutely agree with the previous commenter. Somebody needs to show some leadership here. And it certainly isn't coming from the executive of this town. And so I'm very concerned and I'm very frustrated, and I hate to go because I'm not going to sleep tonight, another night, thanks to our leadership or lack thereof. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Beardmore.
I hate myself right now. Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road, and yes, I hate myself for standing up. And I'm probably going to face the firing squad tomorrow at school for what I'm going to say. So I've been watching a lot of these meetings or watched them online. And trust me, and Kate's been there, union-wise, we've thrown questions at her over the budget. We don't always agree on where things are going, but they're not my decisions. I just get to say I don't agree with it. But one of the things, and like I understand when you're talking about why are we doing this on spreadsheets, I've worked at Lunenburg Public Schools for a long time now, and we never have good programming. Like, we have the bare minimum, we like make do, so maybe that is something that an ARPA fund could go towards, better programming. But I do have to say, and maybe this is a more positive note, but the work that the school team has done, and I think I'm using the correct business terms in this, Dr. Burnham is pretty much our CEO. We are working through this process without a CFO. And I think if you look at any major company that would have this many employees and this much of a budget, to be going through this without a CFO is quite an undertaking in itself. This would be difficult already. So I just appreciate the work and have to remind myself sometimes to have grace in those moments, because many people are doing multiple jobs right now in order to get something out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment from the public this evening on the school committee budget? Seeing none, any public comment?
She does.
Oh, just kidding.
So I'm going to reserve a lot of comments I would say. There's a lot of untruths, I think, in a previous speaker's comments that I won't address tonight. But what I do want to say is I am looking at local receipts. That's a truth that has been relayed. I need to look at historical, what's been estimated versus actuals before I make a recommendation, and that's not taken lightly. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment from the committee?
Yes. So I think accountability is really important. And if, I'm so sorry, Mary Foyle, Miss Mary Foyle. Yeah, I am in the business world, and relative to the school department, Kate would be like the CEO. Having said that, when you have a position as the CEO of a company, your main role is leadership. And when you have someone, a counterpart, as important as a CFO missing, you feel that all day long, I will admit to that. But you still have to step up to the plate. And it takes some action and planning. And sometimes that means I'm going to spend an hour and look at how to account in a different way for this. That way, as you're going along the process of building a budget, of changing a budget 60 times, which I do have experience in that, and I will even call myself an expert in it, you will have to modify those things. And it is your job that you signed up for, that you collect a paycheck for, to make sure that your work is solid. And everyone makes mistakes, everyone. I also believe that. So if Heather is going to be called out and said that she needs to take accountability, so does Dr. Kate Burnham have to take accountability. And this isn't just about looking at the numbers. This is about the school as a whole, and how is this affecting teachers, and can we operate differently to save money, to save time, to save stress. When we're looking at a spreadsheet and numbers don't match up and it's chaotic, I'm not saying there isn't effort there. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of time spent on the process. I'm saying sometimes you need someone outside of where you're at. Sometimes I need someone to step in because I have been looking at it so closely and scrutinizing it. I need someone to come in and say, you know what, walk away from your artwork and walk back to it. Or maybe someone looks at it and they say, well, here's a different perspective that I don't think you've seen because your heart and soul is into this and you're trying so hard. I am not going to discredit all the many hats that the town manager has to wear as well. So you are not alone in being without a CFO. You're not alone without, like, you have a lot of different roles that I've seen, and I don't understand all of them because I am new to this committee. So I think in effort to be fair across the board, everyone deserves some accountability about all the topics that all of us have discussed. And there's a lot of passion that has gone into these meetings at very late hours of the night. And it is kind of hard to think straight when you're thinking about, is my kid's classroom going to increase? Is my child going to have a social worker? Are my taxes going to increase? Am I going to be forced to move out of Lunenburg? And I don't even have kids here. Are the roads going to fall apart? Are the buildings going to fall down? Like, those are all questions, and they are all important. And I think this has probably been the most intense for school committee meetings I've ever seen, and it's more than 50% of the town budget. So those are my opinions, and I do just want to say one other thing very quickly. On mass.edu, the salaries are listed for the town of Lunenburg, which falls approximately in an average salary base of $85,000 a year. So I find mass.edu to be a credible site because it's a government-based site. However, I am very open and welcome learning experiences, and I have no idea how teachers' unions work. I really, truly don't. So if you're able to email me any information that gives me those details, I appreciate it wholeheartedly because I would like to learn more. Because what I'm looking at is government websites, which I find to be a credible source because I believe that's important as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the committee?
Yeah, just quickly. Oh, go ahead, Jean.
Sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, Jean.
I would just like to thank Kate Burnham for her presentation. I realize it hasn't been easy for you to do this, and I appreciate you taking the time to go over what you did. And I realize that, you know, you've had to go through a lot of different budgets, and it has been very trying for you, so thank you again.
Yeah, I mean, history tells us even in budget years that are, you know, kind of easy, things change up until, you know, the day of the town meeting. So we're used to working with imperfect data, but we tend to be a little bit further along at this point. And I understand that when you get out of a meeting at 10:30 and you finalize something, you're not going to go home and stay up till 4 in the morning to update a spreadsheet. Got it, right? I understand. I was just trying to, you know, earlier I was just trying to understand, you know, kind of the fundamentals, which is what are the differences, what's the trade space we have to work with as a town. Again, I want to say that I think I've seen positive interactions between the two executives, if you would, the school executives and the municipal side. And by law, we have to kind of treat it that way to work through this issue. And I have no doubt that we will continue to work through this issue over the next month. And we just got to, you know, understand that we all have opinions, and we're going to express those opinions, and, you know, but then, you know, let's go out and have a dinner together because we are a community. So I do thank everyone that's been here, and we only have 7 minutes left, so.
Real quick, I just want to say, I just
got to push it right up
7
to
minutes,
it.
6 minutes. You know, I think, you know, we can look back and say, oh, we could have done things differently. Well, we're here. And what I have seen since this started is people working very hard, trying to do the right thing. whatever that is. And we can disagree on what the right thing is. We disagree up here about what the right thing is. But good people trying to do the right thing, making their best efforts. And this is brand new for a lot of these things. I don't see any conspiracies. I don't see people talking behind the backs and saying, oh, I think I'm going to do this or that. And that kind of stuff, I don't see it. So what I see is people trying to do the right thing. So we'll get through this as a town, and we'll move on. I'm sure Dave can probably go back to years where it was 10 times worse. So we'll get through this. Everybody calm down. Everybody put their conspiracy hats aside, and let's just try to work and have disagreements, but do it in a way that's positive.
Jay? Before I go? No.
To adjourn.
I have 2 minutes left. Go ahead.
No, there's 4 minutes left. What are you talking about? It's plenty of time.
Unless you have something, Mr. Chair, he just made a motion, and I was about to second.
Yeah, I would just want to real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. I know you guys have all put a lot of work in, and it really is appreciated. I think there is, I also want to thank the public. We still have, I don't know how many people, there's still 11 people on Zoom somehow, which I still think they're all asleep, but I'm glad they're still here. I think Ms. Emke fell asleep, possibly. She's close. Same. So if anything, it does speak to the involvement and the importance that people do see in the town on this issue, and around the school specifically. It's not an easy process. It's certainly going to be a messy process, and there are a lot of disagreements and a lot of opinions, and that doesn't mean anyone is right or anyone is wrong. I think that it might be worthwhile to discuss this a little bit after we get through this budget season, and the fact that we have, I believe Ms. Emke actually came up with the idea for it at a recent select board meeting for, I forget exactly what you called it, but a task force, a budget task force, that can address this exact issue of who's the leadership that should put this forward. Because if from our opinion, it's the select board that's supposed to put it forward, but if they decide not to put it forward, then that's their decision. That doesn't mean that it's the wrong decision or the right decision. It just means that they chose not to put it forward. But I think the idea that ends the discussion right there and that it has to go to a citizen's petition is unnecessary. I think there are backups that exist. I know people have said on this committee that it's not the finance committee's job. I don't think that's true. I don't think there's anywhere it's written that it says the finance committee can't put forward a budget override article. I think there's plenty of opportunity for it. And I think that it's just a conversation that needs to happen. I think the task force needs to happen, and I think there's a lot more communication that needs to go on between this committee and other committees as well and boards. But all in all, thank you for the presentation, and for spending a ridiculous amount of time in this room.
Thank you.
And Lou Franco's not sleeping, he just told me.
He's not? It's probably an auto text that he had. I know this is going to go until 11:30.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Any discussion? We got a minute and a half. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard? And an aye for myself. At 11:28 this evening. Nope, 11:29, 1 minute off. We are adjourned.